Penis! I'm saying penis! Penis!
Yes, great. Hello, Mel.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yes, we open with a great announcement from our beloved Mal.
Welcome to
Anytime.
Isset, anything but professional.
Welcome to Isset the Professionals, where the characters are professional and we sure as shit aren't. Let's see. I'm gonna pass the
We
music
fuck
responsibility.
it up so you don't have to.
Matcha, are we allowed to acknowledge your day today in stream, or do you let people know? Okay.
No!
Okay, so
Rizu had his birthday.
No one is allowed to mention that it's Matcha's birthday. No one's allowed to wish Matcha a very happy birthday. And no one's allowed to, point out that we all love and appreciate the birthday boy.
Okay, I would not mention any of that then.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would love it if a mod could pin that for sure. That announcement from Salem. Oh, sorry, I guess you'll have to say it again. There we go.
Birthday wishes, god damn it! We already celebrated Rizyuk's birthday. I can't do this as Rizyuk's player.
I'm sorry, but you should have learned from your mistakes and not had a birthday, you know?
Yeah, just don't be born.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that sounds really mean. Wait, no.
Mel's birthday wish: unbirth yourself.
No, please don't. Your presence is valuable.
I'm muting now.
Oh no, they turned into rocks. Oh wait, no, they're amethyst. My bad.
They're minerals. I don't know. Is that a fucking? Is that Breaking Bad? I don't know. Anyways, I'm bad at media references. I've never seen Breaking Bad and don't think I ever will. But yeah. So while Jewel is being bored, if nothing else is Els needs to be announced is at the top of all this, we can just roll for a recap.
Yeah.
Start off.
Oh, congrats, Commander, for getting first.
Oh, Julian go first? Let's go! I mean, it's like fluffy war, I would say, Pren.
90.
Oh, Ulti is actually on rolls today?
Yeah? Has everyone rolled? We're missing... We're missing... Lion's roll.
Red.
Yeah. Lion isn't rolled yet. I don't know if Lion's in there at the moment. I have not heard from them since I joined. They might not be here in this current moment. Oh my god. Lion's typing.
Yeah, Lion always manages to dodge the recap.
Yeah, they're cheating. They're hacking.
Oh, I see Lion typing. I see Lion. Oh, they're waking up. Fair enough.
I feel as a rule, if you miss three rolls in a row, but you have been present for every session that's involved, you have to do the next week's session.
Yeah, I've already done that. And Lion somehow dodged it. Oh, that was... a more intense.
Because I want to hear
check.
again recap.
Give us a recap roll, Lion.
Gin has connected to the server.
All you have to do is roll. Hey, you get to pick. Let's.
I'll never
how-
recap. All right.
I was the one who rolled the lowest. You can pick. Was there anyone who can't be picked at the moment?
Red.
I mean, Brad's not here.
Okay.
They
Okay,
did recap last
That's
week.
fancy.
Mel was not fully present the entire time.
That
Sounds
is true.
correctly.
Yeah, my brain was elsewhere. LMAO.
And I mean it'll be fun to pick her.
I think Mel was there
I'll just
for.
be copying what Sorad's notes were. Salem's
I
notes.
think Mel
Matcha.
was there for most of like the story stuff, just not for the
Happy
fighting.
birthday.
Yeah, birthday boy.
Also, you should recap.
Me or Mel?
Matcha.
Matcha.
Birthday.
Birthday recap.
Happy birthday! Your
recap.
gift is recapping.
Let's go.
I knew it.
Wonderful recap from Matcha. Begin.
Okay.
Don't worry, I had to do it like 2 or 3 weeks in a row, Matcha.
So recovering from the attack from the mysterious flying man known as Albury, the group again sets off, but the sun is, or the assumption of the sun dawning or falling at the end of the day. The group makes camp in a forested area. They do their shifts of watching. First was Levi and Gunther, right? No. First was
nope.
Levi and
Blinken.
Flinken.
Yeah.
And nothing seems to happen. And next is Rizuk and Gin, and they hear some stirring in the forest. Big thumps and weird growling. Turns out it was a froghemoth, probably on the prowl for food. They decide to wake up the rest of the group as they do not want the horses to get eaten. So they try to divert it, it doesn't work, and so the fight happens. A lot of ice gets thrown, as well as guardians of the spirit variety. A lot of hits were had, tentacles were done, soft vor and hard vor both happened. But at the end, they were able to fell the 2 beasts, and the night goes on peacefully as Gunther and Sorath watch for the... Or was it Gunther and Sorath or Gunther and Cruz?
Gunther and Sorath last watch, yes.
Watch for the rest of the night. And thus ends our first night in Pleasant Valley. Very simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I remember.
That's pretty good outline of the basics, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are kind of, at this point, woken up from no dreams, so that was nice. Was there dreams? I don't think there was dreams.
No dream.
No dreams this time.
Or no, was there a good dream? I forget.
There was no good dreams. There's not been great dreams lately.
Oh yeah, the last nightmare was again the session before that.
Yeah. Crystal's dream was pretty nice. But yeah, dreams haven't been on the whole. Dreams tend to be a little bit of a situation. But yeah, it's a nice time sometime. Oh yeah. Salem pointing out you can update your D&D Beyond with icon.
Yeah, I was doing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what is it?
I'll reload it when you have. you guys are kind of navigating a little basically along the river. Sora did not roll great on navigation, so y'all are taking the most standard path. And at the moment, the one of the newer carts that y'all have is a little iffy. It's still functional, but definitely in needs of some repairs, and probably not going to hold out for like a crazy amount longer. So you want to get it to somewhere where you can get that fixed and managed. So
yeah,
let me just do this. There we go.
I updated it.
Let's go. I'll see if it updates soon. I'll probably have to reload in a bit. Get it on the map. But yeah, it's a kind of chill, dew covered morning. Y'all do wake up a little later, probably ready to depart, probably like around 10 or so. But wake up, have your breakfast and stuff. Anything y'all want to happen in that morning? I don't know if you want to roll for cooking just to roll to see how cooking goes, Panda, for the breakfast. You can if you want.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess.
Do you want to do anything interesting with this breakfast, or is it just like your standard breakfast?
Probably just standard.
Okay. Very normal morning in somewhat abnormal circumstances. But y'all do all get a good short rest. Not yet gotten that full long rest because of the evening's combat encounter. But you've spent now a full night, so I want to ask everyone who has spell slots to roll Arcana if you are Arcane, Religion if you are tied to religious magic, so on and so forth. I don't think I need to ask anyone to roll a nature check, because, yeah.
Wait, so anyone without spell slots do
If you don't
nature?
use spell slots, you don't need to worry about it.
Ah, sweet! Have fun, gamers.
Fun spell users.
Yeah. Okay, cool. You guys are noticing, and Sorath would bite note of this as being not normal for the valley. The magic here feels different. It's not really affecting your spellcasting in any way, but all magic depends on the flow of ether through the world. And magic, in its nature, is just shaping that ether to do something you want it to do by different means. Something about that force that is a constant feels looser and more forceful. It's like the difference of being in a pool and being at the beach and feeling the water move. There's like a more of a float to it. Whereas what you guys are more used to is something more stagnant, but there's also less solidity to this. It's like there's less to hold on to. It has more power to it, and it's more fluid. Something about that is different. Something about that is a little challenging to grasp, but it's not significant enough that it's going to mess with any of your magic. However, And shame Gret isn't here, but I'll roll for Flinken. Because Flinken would get to roll with advantage on this. Which, good for them because they are not proficient and aren't the most intelligent. Ah, cool. So Flinken would also catch on to this and have the advantage of being more tied to Shadowfell magics. And because of that, they are able to explain that this is something that they believe that you guys can attempt to take advantage of. You're not sure yet how, but essentially you are working with different materials for the fundamentals of magic. They've got different properties, and it is something that as you guys get more used to it, there might be some finer advantages and disadvantages to how it can be used. It will likely affect magic generally to a degree, but Flinken didn't roll good enough to immediately tell. But yeah, you are clearly, while the characters don't know anything about the Shadowfell necessarily, other than the fact that this place seemingly is there now, thanks to the information you guys have gotten through Flinken. And now having it confirmed that this other realm that is told of in children's fairy tales as this spooky dark place, seemingly as a place you can go to. The magic here is different. It will affect some things in some way. Y'all can explore that. I was a little long-winded there. Suffer my linguistic power. Anyways, just noticed also a thing. If anyone has temporary hit points, yeet those, because they don't stick around after the end of the short rest.
Yeah.
Mainly because I saw 77 out of 66 and saw Athena. It's like, huh, I wonder what that's about. Yeah. I would like to know, just for this little bit, who is driving which carts, who is divvied up where. Gin wants to be driving one of them.
Levi. Oh,
Gunther.
Levi would drive one too.
Okay. Levi, Gunther, and Gin. They're still on the first cart, which likely still is the special one that y'all have had along with you for a while.
Levi would be driving the broken one.
Yeah, Levi's still driving the broken one. Gin's driving.
Oh.
In that case, the lead cart is being driven by Gunther. Yeah, that makes sense. And Gin and Levi are still driving the carts they were driving.
I'll ride in our main cart,
yeah,
because I want to do some stuff with a little bit more space.
Mm-hmm. Mainly for the middle and back cart. They are not magical with a lot of extra space, so comfortably another person can vibe there if they want to keep Gin or Levi company, as a special thing. But if you want to lounge, the lead cart that Gunther's driving is still the most comfortable one. So yeah. Okay. And I'll say for the sake of it, Flinken will take up the rare position with Levi. So, for now at least. I think that divvies up everyone's positions. In that case, I'm just gonna ask Sorath for a quick survival check. Hey, that's better. Yeah, you're getting more into the areas where, like, oh, people live here, and part of the journeys that you've paid more attention to. I feel like Sorath might, whenever they've been traveling through here in their royal carts, that they maybe just didn't pay that much attention to the long stretches of nothing. So, makes sense. And you guys are moving along this river that flows through the valley towards the direction of some of the earlier little settlements, a lot of the small farmsteads that do a little bit of farming, though mostly is more of like lodging for hunting and resource gathering in the area. This Pleasant Valley doesn't really have traditional farms in any way. You guys kind of traveling along with that. I'm gonna ask for from all of the drivers. Just ask for wisdom checks or dexterity checks of your choice, and I'll add the relevant modifiers to that.
Oh. Yeah, that's my dex.
Okay. Cool.
T.
You
Levi
guys
is struggling.
are traveling along a little while. Swarth is starting to recognize the area. Pretty likely that you guys can get to what is essentially the last settlement before you would leave the valley. That likely Swarth has stopped at a couple of times when leaving the valley, as it's common to stop and stay the night at such places once you're traveling. You guys get a little while into the trip, probably I'd say an hour or two, before the horses, Levi's cart, kind of start acting up a little. I'm gonna ask you to give me an animal handling check, Levi, as the horses seem to be fighting you for a little bit. They're a little uncomfortable. Okay. You manage to rein back the horses, tightening your grip a little on the reins. You end up being kind of pulled off the road slightly, as whatever spooked the horses does kind of push them in a panic a little bit off. The horses are not injured in the process. However, you do kind of, in the process of going off road, hit into this softer, mire side of the road. Slightly off into the barren dirt that otherwise would be grassland, but is just sparse bushes here and there. And as the front wheel kind of sinks into that mud, the entire cart kind of buckles a little, and you can hear the main axle of the front wheels just kind of snap, and the entire cart just bunks down onto the ground. The cart is both stuck in the mud and is missing its front axle.
Whoa!
At this point, real fucked. And the wheels have kind of slid a little bit out to the side as the axle's no longer holding them together. The rest of the group does notice the commotion of it all, but it is very clear this thing can't go further in this state. At all. But the horses are not injured as they veer off into this swampland. You can definitely fit the rest of the food over to the other stuff if you want to abandon this cart.
Can't chase the car, the horses.
Uh,
Or did he say they run off?
they didn't run off. You
I'm a bit
managed to
okay,
hold on to
okay.
them, so they didn't run off. They weren't injured in the crash. That was the animal handling check. If you'd rolled medium bad, they would have just kind of torn loose and ran off. If you'd rolled really bad, you would probably have really injured a horse and probably had to put it down.
Oh.
Oh, thank God Sage is not here.
Yeah. The axle is not beyond repair, but you'd need fresh wood to repair it, and given the state of the trees in the area, you don't think you could harvest any wood and then fashion it into an axle that would work well at all. If you could get the cart to the settlement, maybe they could fix it, but that would require moving the cart that does not have any front wheels for definitely a good amount of hours.
No, I think it's better if we just move the food into the main cart.
Okay. Guys, start moving the food and stuff over.
Wait, do we have anyone who could ride horses? We could have some people.
Plenty of y'all can ride horses. Riding horses is... Horse riding, surprisingly, you don't need... There's no proficiency tied to that. So, all of y'all are proficient riders.
I don't think I should, as I'm a pretty heavy guy.
Let's say Flinking can definitely hop on one of the horses. And
like the
two people don't need to ride. Flinking can just ride the one horse and have the other on lead. And just be taking care of those.
Yeah, I don't think Rizuke or Levi should ride horses like these horses.
These
for
horses would
prolonged
not
enough
struggle
time.
at all with y'all. Just saying. But
I definitely need a saddle for Rizuke though, because
the armor would probably not be the most comfortable for the horse, but it probably would be fine for a while. And y'all do have saddles. Not for these horses, but for beef and broccoli, and they aren't being used. So anyone could ride the horses, but we can leave it to Flinkin. I'll give Flinkin a quick little animal handling check because even if Brett isn't here, they do sometimes become MVP just because Flinkin is correct. There we go. They do well enough. Yeah. Give me an animal handling check from Zorath. These horses don't seem to have any special preference for any people. They seem a little uneasy with all of y'all, as y'all are unfamiliar. But they're calm. They mainly just do what they're told, and seem to, as long as everything is going smoothly, they seem to be relatively chill. They seem a little more familiar with Levi, but not really any significant degree. Yeah. Okay. Then Flinkin and Sorath are riding up ahead. Just ahead of the group. As y'all probably push the cart off the road a little bit further into the swampy mire to not block anything. You leave that cart behind, continuing onwards. Yeah, though it's not uncommon to find broken down carts abandoned at roadsides. Though someone could come back and grab some of the wood for sure. But leaving it to rot, it does decompose. But yeah. You guys traveling on further into the day. now already one cart down. Hopefully this doesn't continue.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna break the next one too.
Yeah. And I would like Sora and one other person that feels like making a roll. I'll give priority to the people who haven't made a lot of rolls this session, if they want to take it. Like, Crystal wants to do a roll.
I can roll.
I'll want both of you to make perception checks.
I'm good at perception.
You are.
Nat 1.
Yeah, so
Oh,
Damn.
nat 20.
Ooh.
Nat 20, nice.
That's almost a 30. Joy.
So yeah.
Also, can we
Hmm?
give a cowboy hat to Flinken on top of his spinny hat? Oh, I forgot to mention that Flinken had a visit from
True.
a shadow creature.
Yeah, Flinken did speed run past all of his progression and just made a contact by being very, very powerful with the Riz. I'll say
That's the part.
My excuse is that Sorath is not used to being on a horse.
yeah, Sorath hasn't been riding for
That's
quite a while.
that's her excuse. She's just like, oh god, I'm getting used to this again. Oh, okay.
Does it look at me in a weird way? Does it look angry? like,
She's focused on the horse. She's distracted.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Sorath is
That's
also
my excuse for
focusing more on like keeping their eyes on the road, making sure everyone's moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
This is where also I'll probably say Sorath either has already mentioned it or will re-mention it, that in the valley, as with more or less all other towns, as you enter a town, you pay some sort of payment as an offering to its local god. And in Pleasant Valley, that is by and large a tithe of blood upon entry. With Sorath along with you as a Belrose, you guys can ignore it and choose not to do that because they would not require that of a Belrose or demand it of a Belrose's companions. But it's up to y'all kind of to decide. Functionally, how this will work is that you guys can take 1 damage or more damage if you feel like it upon entering any settlement.
Sorath would make it known that she's going to pay it anyways,
I mean, Levi would do it.
despite her status.
I would say Sorath would know that these payments are essentially gathered as a storage of as fresh blood as they can keep, usually as a payment. In the case that Aubrey is needed to defend a town, it is used as kind of like an offering. If there isn't blood, that can kind of cause some issues, because, Aubrey will be like, I helped y'all, give me a snack. And if there's not enough blood, that'll be, then he might end up taking some blood some other. And then you just hope that person survives that. Sorath would know that Belrose blood is not used in there.
Okay.
However, Sorath could still offer blood as a symbolic gesture, which probably would be appreciated.
Rizyuk realizes that, thinks about it, thinks how his blood clots, and is like, I probably would not be of any use to this because it just crystallizes.
I would say most likely it wouldn't be an issue because you are mixing it with other blood.
Yeah, no.
And you're diluting
Aubrey
it out.
wouldn't care.
But
because I don't want.
If you were long-term storing just Rizyuk's blood, it would slowly just crystallize. Yes.
Yeah.
Imagine though the one little enough of it, and then Aubrey chokes on the crystal blood and dies.
No.
I think
Don't worry,
Aubrey would
it
be
won't
happy
sit there that
chewing.
long.
Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah,
yay.
as Sorath is mostly paying attention to navigation, Crystal, natural 20. There's a couple of things that Crystal would pick up on. I will say, Crystal, having traveled, probably seen the most diverse amount of environment, Crystal will be able to, again, kind of reassert that this seems very consistent to somewhere about halfway through fall in terms of season that they would guess from the area. Especially knowing up against the mountains, they're kind of familiar with this kind of environment. That's the time of year you feel you're at. There is also notably not a lot of wildlife. You didn't expect there necessarily to be a lot of present wildlife, but you've seen some. And I'll say, with the natural 20s, you start picking up, kind of off in the distance into the woods, there are a somewhat larger than what you would expect to be normal amount of what you guess are traps for animals. So whoever is living in this environment likely has begun trapping wildlife more than normal. You kind of start to spot them, and you're at the point where you see, oh, that's a deer trap. Oh, that's a rabbit trap. I can see both of them. They shouldn't be this close to each other. It seems like at least the area is taking extra steps to catch wildlife, and it might have, at this point, affected the local wildlife to the point where it might stay a little bit away from this area. Other than that, I'll allow Crystal... Check, would this be? Might give you a choice. Roll your choice of either nature with advantage or arcana or insight with disadvantage. I'll give you those 3 options, and you can pick which one you want.
What was the third option, sorry?
Insight with disadvantage.
Oh, that's mean.
Hey, the nature with advantage, arcana just a straight roll, insight disadvantage. Kind of works out with the skill spread. Do you want the higher modifier? Do you want the better roll? Up to you.
Alright, I'll go in the middle and do Arcana.
You're gonna do Arcana?
Yeah, I'm gonna do Arcana.
Jesus
I'm gonna use
Christ,
some
Mal.
witchcraft.
What the fuck?
Holy shit.
Another nat 20.
Another nat 20?
Oh, sweet.
That's a double nat 20 in this specific instance. There has to be something here.
Matcha started doing a silly little dance on their way back from the kitchen.
The birthday dance. Let them
The
cook.
birthday dance.
So I'll say that somehow, let's assume it is Crystal's nature of being in tune with the spirits, getting a little bit of like a special insight to the magic surrounding the area. There is notably to Crystal a lack of lingering presence of life in the way you would expect at a hunt site. There is the spirit of whatever deer was killed. Maybe someone died in the area. There's that energy kind of lingers for quite a while. It lacks that. This, as you're kind of riding through the day, you're starting to pick up that, I mean, you are still high, which tends to this kind of dampen those senses of yours, but you're not seeing as much spiritual activity around you. I'll say that's that.
Can I think back on when we saw Eustace and how he killed his horse and took its soul to kind of power up? Could that be something similar that's happening here?
Give me an history check. We'll see how well you remember the details of that.
20.
No, just Nate.
I'll say you aren't certain. Partly because you don't really remember, and you remember that very specific moment, but it wasn't something you paid attention to afterwards. But you know that in that moment, that horse's soul was not left behind, but it was burned. And you're not entirely sure, but you feel like that might be something, a mark you might be able to sense. Like a spiritual burn mark. But you can't say for sure. This feels more like when you've been in places that doesn't have a lot of life. And you're not entirely sure if the fire, the ghost flames burning something, affects that in the same way.
Right. I'm probably going to warn the rest of the
not.
party. Oh, sorry.
Could be, could not. You know?
Right. I see. Thank you. I'm going to warn the rest of the party about, like, the presence of traps nearby, and for those riding horses or driving, just to keep a keen eye on the road.
Yes.
And maybe stay on the road.
I think Sorath might mention that there's probably a need for food, given Pleasant Valley's been cut off. And that they most likely would have planted a bunch of traps. But she'll still take the advice, just also give some insight that there's probably an influx of traps because of struggle with food. Though she'll probably mention that she noticed that, like, what she considers the last resort for food hasn't been harvested, or it's not been touched. So she's like, they're probably definitely a little stressed, but they're not in dire need, which is good. But yeah, she would advise them to listen to Crystal. Like, stay on the road, not stray.
So, yeah, y'all do see patches of this that Sorath mentions, usually called the Rotweiser, which essentially just translates to a red wheat, which is not at all wheat, but it vaguely looks similar to that, like a grass with a kind of top kernel bran at the top, that have this beige reddish off color. It is, as Sorath has explained, not healthy to eat for long periods of times, but not poisonous in any way. It is just bad for digestion and not very nutritious. And in slightly more open areas especially, it can grow in sparse fields. And would be definitely, if there was a proper famine, people would go out to harvest it. The fact that it doesn't seem to be touched at all means that they're still doing good enough that no one is worried about famine. Yeah. Give me a perception check from Gunther. Also, well, note in case someone isn't familiar with animal trapping. These traps are not traps that are dangerous to people. They are all very specialized to catch whatever animal they are looking to catch. It's not like you're going to get injured by a deer trap. A deer trap usually traps a deer's like foot, so it's stuck, so it's easy to come and kill it later. Okay, I'll keep that perception check in mind, in case there's anything Gunther would spot. You guys continue onwards throughout day. A little slower progress than what you probably could have if the cart hadn't veered off the road and fucking collapsed.
Wow.
But it is still a couple of hours from evening by the time you guys see a small settlement looking kind of like what you would expect a small farming settlement to look like, except it has none of the fields. However, it seems to have some grazing animals kind of in a bit of a pen that usually you would expect them to be grazing a little further out in the open grasslands, probably with a shepherd looking after them, but at the moment they are penned in. There is a little bit of bustle, people going about their day. You can hear the very characteristic noise of a grindstone that's probably powered by the river. And as you guys approach, still a ways away, just being able to see and hear the bustle, someone walks out into the path and kind of waves to get y'all's attention, blocking the road.
Get
Run them over.
I meant to put that in the other chat. Sorath will be quick to dismount to speak with and find out what's going on.
Sorath dismounts, approaches. As Sorath approaches, they speak in accented Veerlus, but you can hear them yell as you kind of approach. Is they are just telling the group to halt and to not proceed further. And as Sorath kind of approaches, and they nod, kind of like looking, it's like, lovely, someone's coming to talk. And they immediately clock who Sorath is. And you guys see this person transition from this, like, kind of brazen, just like, hey, you fuckers over there, stop, to immediately their already pale complexion goes stark white, and they drop to their knees, and with the rest of the Jarl being a little further back, as Sorath kind of goes a little bit ahead as you guys are catching up. You guys are seeing the person just drop to their knees, just
oh no, kind of Sorath cut them down
in the mud as Sorath is dismounting.
Oh, Sorath already killing.
Oh my god. Sorath will...
They kind of like bow down, they go, "My lady, I deeply apologize for the rudeness of addressing you in such a manner." And they are clearly, no need for an insight check, passive insight is enough to catch the fact that they are afraid. Definitely terrified.
Yeah. Sorath kind of crosses her arms and looks at them. You need not kneel. What is the matter? Why must we halt?
They still remain in their kneeling position. Can you give me a persuasion check?
Yeah. $25.
25. Okay. They do allow themselves to still remain kneeling, but look up and meet Sorath's gaze. Which
Sorath will crouch down to be on a similar level.
they look a little taken aback by it, but accept.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, "It is dangerous to move ahead. I would recommend staying here or turning back where you came from."
What danger are you warning us of?
And at this point, the rest of the group are kind of catching up, meeting where Sorath is. So,
Sorath will kind of hold up a hand just to be like, give me a second.
yeah.
Because she's
Uh,
figuring things out.
I don't
Also,
know.
hearing the yell.
Hmm?
I was gonna say, hearing the yell earlier, Prizzy could also be peeking out the front of the
Yeah.
carriage.
I do not know which ones of you speak Fearless in any capacity. I know Flinken does, Sorath does. I don't know if anyone else does.
This? Nah.
No.
It is
Yeah,
a
just the two of us then.
somewhat exclusive language.
Yeah.
Especially people down here in the southern parts of the valley speak Fearless, as they do directly border the kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the more common kind of peasant language, to put it that way. They continue. There is a beast that has been terrorizing the regions a little north from here. We would recommend strongly not traveling further north.
How long has this been terrorizing this area?
Not much more than about a week or so. The beast tends to keep further into the woods, but it has taken notice of likely easy prey in this area and has ventured further towards settlements.
I see.
We know it has
And
attacked
Sigurd has
travelers, but it's steered clear of the towns so far, my lady.
I see. So this way Sigurd is not bothered it. Okay. May we stay in this area for the evening?
You are welcome. Our little village is humble, but we will be happy to accommodate you and your entourage.
Thank you much. We will see to the beast as soon as we are able.
Give me another persuasion check.
29.
Oh
Ooh.
god!
Nat 20.
Oh
Everyone
boy.
hydrate.
Oh
Okay.
god.
Testy.
I guess I'll have another
Yeah, no,
sip.
Sorath is very much just like, okay, we'll deal with it. And it, like, understands that this person is very like, yeah, it's been like, we don't want anyone to get hurt, just avoid it. And she's like, okay, we'll deal with it.
They look at Sorath with this kind of shocked, a very like stars in their eyes look, and they just kind of mutter, "We would be eternally thankful if I did not know that." And they catch themselves again. No intention to speak disrespectfully of the lady. And they just get off and kind of just continue walking into the little village, just to be like, I'm not talking, I'm not saying any more words. Follow me. And they, with kind of enough like stopping, turning back and bowing, and then walking a little bit, turning back and bowing, very, very unnecessarily courteous.
Yeah.
Though
Sorath would.
Sorath has experienced this before. They are.
Yeah.
Sorath is aware that she's from a frightening royal family.
Yes.
It's like your pop.
Sorath would probably tell them, like, only one moment, I must inform the others.
Yeah,
And
you mean they go
she'd
like,
probably...
of course, I did not mean to. And then she'd kind of trail off in their panic.
And she'd leave the horse with them for a moment and then go to each cart and be like,
yeah,
we're going to stay here for the night, and then we're going to take down a beast in the morning.
Oh. Did you ask him what kind of beast?
I am not sure. I simply have been informed that it has been terrorizing areas nearby. So I would like to take care of it.
Also, if it's something that concerns enough to mention, it's probably not something of the usual, I'm guessing. Must be...
It steers clear of most towns. It has not hurt any townspeople, but it has had some run-ins with travelers. So I assume it has not caused much stir as to invite the slaughter of the god. So yeah, Sorath would speak to each cart just so they know why they're stopping here, and then she'd probably go back and walk just behind, so they're not having to like freak out. But she'd walk the horse.
Yeah.
Just behind the person.
Sorath would also be aware of this settlement and can tell everyone that it's called Randhof. And I'll put it on the setting the world stuff. It is a small, not very like interesting settlement, besides the fact that it is the settlement that is closest to the borders. While it is while it tends to be just sailed past by the boats, but land travelers, this is usually their first stop upon entering Pleasant Valley. So yeah, Sorath has probably stopped here, like nighted here for most of the time they've taken the land route out, whenever they haven't been just hopped on a boat and just sped out, you know? Which, to be fair, is definitely the more common way of traveling out of Pleasant Valley for people with money or goods.
Yeah.
So yeah, the group enters.
Imagine having money.
Yeah, weird. Weird how some people seem to never have money in this crew. Yeah, everyone is informed of
skill issue.
Randhof, informed of the beast that seems to be terrorizing the region. Upon entry, there is a small cistern at the village entrance that has within it a quite large bowl that has kind of roughly, but definitely deftly, carved a set of runes around the rim of it that seems to be holding a kind of slowly bobbing in the wind amount of blood. Not a lot, but enough to probably pay for something minor to be taken care of, at least. Whoever wants to can take at least 1 damage, more if you want to add more blood to pool for the sake of it.
And Sorath would ask for a different container, as she knows that she wouldn't want to add hers to that.
Yeah, Oberi is not crazy about family blood.
Yeah.
Which is the benefit of being Boris, because he doesn't want to eat you.
Yeah.
Still might, but it's not something he's passionate about.
Yeah.
But yeah. That
she
is
would probably
provided.
advise the group to pay to keep the town safe.
Thinking for a second, just in the brain, didn't I think I gave enough blood to that man, but agrees. Thinks back to when he was attacked by Aubrey. Like, I think I paid enough blood, but outside will say, yeah.
To be fair, he didn't
I mean,
drink any.
Levi would you do it because it's a religious practice.
So, is everyone taking 1 damage then? Please inform me if you're taking more, but I'm assuming everyone's taking 1 damage.
Finds out through this that you have hemophilia. Just
That would suck.
I'll take 1.
1 damage.
Imagine if you had hemophilia.
She'll make sure it's in a different. She'll put it in a cup, whatever they give her, so they can hold on to it.
1 pint of blood.
Dad. But yeah, if everyone gives 1, that's more than.
All that is required is a couple of drops of blood.
Yeah, not a pint.
I'll say that Risyuk and Levi can do an Arcana check.
Arcana. Roll. 14.
Oh, I actually got higher than.
Levi will be the one to recognize that. I said for Risyuk because Risyuk is familiar with magic item creation. I said Levi
Apparently
because
not.
Levi realizes, oh, that is a rudimentary but probably relatively effective preservation spell. So this is probably relatively common, you would assume, that whatever container they use is designed to keep whatever blood is donated fresh, fluid for longer. Levi would probably take note that this would not be at all sufficient enough to be food safe storage. You couldn't store like something you would want to eat in there, but it does keep the blood from spoiling too quick. So yeah, everyone offers up their little blood donation. You are welcomed into the modest little village. Looking around at the place, there's about 6, 7 or so places you would guess are houses people live. Wouldn't surprise you if this place maybe has a population of 50 or so, maybe a little more. There are the grazing animals, which look goat-like, though they're definitely a little off. They're a little broader, a little less dexterous than most goats. Their horns are quite thick, relatively straight. They look a little strange. And their fur has this kind of subtly, almost pink tint to it. It does kind of match the description that both Sorath and a little bit from Dugal, but mostly Sorath, describing that creatures in the valley tend to be tough and hardy, not necessarily very mobile. Things here move slow, take hits, and retaliate. This fact is even present in the nature of the livestock. But yeah, people kind of stop whatever they're doing when Sorath enters town. There's kind of like just probably for the first time for any of y'all, you kind of just watch an entire town stop everything they do and get down on their knees in reverence. It is definitely a weird moment. Sorath seems relatively used to it, though I'm guessing not hyped about it.
She's like, it's the first time, so she's a little like, okay, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
But she's quickly adapting. She very much will give a nod of acknowledgement to them,
Yeah.
and if anyone is talking to her about anything, she'll probably say that they do not need to kneel. Give them the option, but not pressure them to stand if they do not want to.
No one is talking to
And
Sorath.
yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
She would give her thanks and then move on.
Rizu could probably, since hearing the yell, have their helmet up just as a cautionary, like, reflex to being in new places.
Yeah. You guys are kind of, as you're getting in immediately, there are people who are kind of taking over the responsibility of taking care of the horses and the carts, so you don't have to worry about that, though you can definitely follow or help or try and do it yourself. All depending.
Sorath would be making sure to delegate. That's something she knows how to do. And informing them about the cart that broke, that they're welcome to take whatever they like from it. It's mostly just like she'll advise, like, tell them what's broken, tell them like how it happened, that sort of thing, where it is, just so if they want to do anything with it, they can. If they don't, that's fine. She'll be willing to part with some of the food so that they can have some. Not much, for sure. She's focused on getting it to the bigger cities so they can distribute it. But she would most likely give them at least enough to get through.
I'll say the person Sorath ends up telling that to will be an individual that walks kind of out of a kind of larger, a little bit nicer looking house. They are carrying a kind of, I would say, a little bit taller than them staff that has some pretty nice artistic carvings into it. They're using it mostly as a walking stick. They look somewhat on the younger side, probably somewhere in their 30s, but they walk with kind of a limp that seems to originate from their hip. And they kind of support themselves on this staff. They walk up, bow their heads as far down as they can without straining their leg as they encounter Sorath and go, "Willkommen to our humble little village, my lady. We were not expecting any travelers. Did you come from the south?"
Yes.
In that case, I welcome your return to the valley.
Thank you.
I am the somewhat of a leader, I suppose, here. So it will be my responsibility to see that your needs are taken care of. Mats Grunebaum. I'll put that in setting and world stuff. They are somewhat on the shorter side, furbolg. Kind of almost like tabby cat fur patterns. Still that very, like, almost bovine furbolg features. There we go. Let me just... There we go. That. And should be good. In case anyone wanted to note that down. But yeah, you guys are in the town. Mats will be happy to show you to what is their residency, where you guys can take whatever room you want to sleep, as much space. They seem very intent on leaving the house entirely to Sorath and their group, and they and their family will sleep elsewhere. And Sorath will very much get the impression that they're not going to budge on that. And this is common practice.
Yeah.
So
she wouldn't protest it.
So you guys are given that place to stay. But you are free for now to do whatever you want. Talk more, find out more. This is a small village, but it has all the essential needs of a small village. There is a smith, there is a tanner, so on and so forth. So anything y'all would be interested in, curious about, you are now properly among locals.
I mean, I think Sorath would try to ask someone about the beast and learn a little bit more, if possible.
Yeah. I'm just gonna check him if there's anyone else who's interested in anything as well.
Actually, wait, can I even talk to anybody here?
You can. They default to Peerless, but people here are in Pleasant Valley. The vast majority of people are bilingual. They know Michelaean, which all of y'all know.
Okay.
But
they're like on the border of the
yeah.
Vierlis and the Michelaean area, so
Yeah,
they can speak both.
Pleasant Valley is a notably bilingual place. However, the peasantry tends to default more to Vierlis, while the higher classes tend to default more to Michelaean. Has mostly to do with trade. Whereas the royal family specifically defaults more Vierlis than Michelaean. And so does the aristocracy. So there's like kind of a 3-tiered system. But yeah. You can talk to people here for sure.
Sorath would be happy to be speaking Vierlis, because it's definitely been a while for her.
Yeah. So yeah, you can definitely communicate with people airline.
Alright. I'm gonna head to the bar.
There's not really a bar, but there's definitely people who have alcohol. who would be happy to share.
Okay, I'm gonna to the people with the alcohol.
The town has a decent amount of just stored up alcohol for special occasions. However, something that they do have in abundance, they don't really have farmlands now. This is a farm mainly just because they have farm animals. But it's very difficult to have a farm growing a bunch of plants when you don't have sun. So, and no one really farms the red wheat to any significant degree. It is used in the very abundant alcohol that people would be very eager to share without really needing to pay for it at all. Which is they call rotbier. It smells like beer, though a little strong in that like kind of that kind of yeast scent to it is pretty strong. It gives kind of the like a very rough dark brown ale kind of scent to it. It is kind of deepish red burgundy in color. And they seem to have a lot of it going around. You see that there are different barrels, some of them a lot larger, some of them smaller, and it seems, I'll say, kind of witnessing them going about there, it seems like the smaller barrels have stronger brews of this ale, but they seem to be watering that ale down. Sorath would be very familiar with the flavors of rotbier, but no one else has ever had it. It is a very local thing that is not traded outside the valley. So anyone who wants to try this drink, they can.
Yeah.
Is Sorath interested?
Yeah, she'll probably have some,
Okay.
purely because she hasn't in a while. It's not her favorite, obviously, but it's still familiar.
So who's having the rotbier?
I'll
Me.
have some.
I mean, Levi would try it.
Gunther or Crystal trying, or Gunther's not gonna go for it.
And Sorath would probably explain that it's not, that she definitely prefers heartroot mead, but that this is quite popular for the area.
So,
Because it's easy to make, she would say.
those of you who try, it is kind of off-puttingly bitter. What I would describe it as is, for those of you who had beers before, you know the way beer is bitter?
Yeah.
This is just that. Exclusively only the bitter flavor from beer. Quite intensely. It is difficult on the palate. If your character likes it, that is a choice for you to do. It would definitely be an acquired taste for most.
I feel like it's Sorath just like very calmly, taking a sip, taking a swig of it. Just no expression, and everyone else just being like, ugh!
Rizzy, you could palate it pretty well. Like,
it is
sugar.
There is definitely a clear sense that this is not a drink that is drank for pleasure necessarily. as was common in a lot of the medieval era, fresh water can be kind of suspect at times. You want some way to sterilize it, so weak beer was very common. The beer you guys are having now probably is only about at like a 1% ABV. Not really anything that will get you buzzed or drunk in any way. They have stronger versions of this, which would probably be even more intense in that extremely bitter flavor, that would have higher alcohol percentages. They can get decently alcoholic for a beer, close to 10%, which is a lot for beer.
Fucking microbrews right here.
But this is kind of the common workman's drink in Pleasant Valley, that people drink primarily because it's, in a lot of places, safer to drink than the water. So, yeah. Unless you feel your character is especially a fan of very, very, very bitter beer,
Honestly,
probably not
with
your thing.
Rizyuk probably likes more bitter stuff, but this is a little bit like further than that.
Yeah. I would say it would probably be considered weird if you drink it and you're like, oh, this is the best thing I've ever tasted. But some people would probably be like, oh, that's pretty nice.
I'm going off of just constitution, whether or not Rizyuk like can palate it pretty well.
Gin's disappointed. He thought he would have a very good beer, seeing as Zorath is always talking about alcohol.
Seeing some of your reactions, there will definitely be laughs and chuckles among local people.
Zorath would be smiling a bit.
Yeah.
She'd be entertained by it.
Y'all can probably pretty quickly tell that this is something that they are, especially as like the first stopping point for land travelers, they're pretty used to seeing newcomers try this stuff and have these reactions. They probably enjoy it as some sort of entertainment. I'm guessing that Gunther probably feels like they've made the right choice looking at people's faces.
Yeah, Zorath, it would definitely be a while since she's seen someone try it, and she'd be very entertained by it.
Yeah.
Well, I love that. Lion, you being like, well, Zorath talks about alcohol all the time. She had people try the Heartroot mead and be like, oh.
So you guys drink? Alright.
She likes weird shit. But
the
she's from a weird
Sorath's Heartroot
place, so.
mead is very different than this.
That's fair.
Sorath's Heartroot mead is
a blue-collar
rich
drink.
and sweet because
Kin doesn't
mead
know that.
is made usually from sugars. Either commonly the most basic meads were made from honey, whether it's possible to make mead on maple syrup or cane sugar even. This is beer brewed from wheat. Very different in its essence. And
I feel like it would make sense though. It makes a lot of sense that Zorath likes these two weird ass fucking things.
yeah. Heartroot mead is also an acquired taste. It is very complex, very rich in ways that people aren't used to drinks being, but Heartroot mead is more something that you would guess that the average person could drink and probably enjoy it to at least some degree. This definitely is not something that is brewed because people really like it. So yeah. Starting to understand why you've never seen this sold anywhere, but you've seen Heartroot mead sold in all the fancy places. You have a feeling that this... Even the ones of you who do not have any sense, like business sense, get the immediate feeling that this would make for a horrible business venture to try and export this somewhere else. So, yeah.
It's shitty, but it's home.
But yeah, Gin being thoroughly disappointed by the alcohol provided by this place is one thing. Any other things, or should I move on to discussions of the beast.
Let's move on.
Kind of.
And I feel like Sorath would be speaking mostly in Mikkelean. Now that they're just chilling. Like when the person was panicking and speaking in Vierlish, she's like, "I'm not gonna stop you. You are comfortable." But now that she's,
You can tell that a couple of these people seem to be caught off guard, not expecting that Sorath would speak Mikkelean to people around here. Certain people like Eris, Anselm, Ambrosia are definitely very good at Mikkelean, but unless they absolutely have to, they will just make other people speak Fearless. Because they can. Why would they put in the effort? You know?
Yeah, and Sorath is most focused on making sure the others can understand without having to translate.
Yeah. These people are definitely
She'll still-
experiencing like, oh wow, why are you showing compassion for people?
No.
Wild.
That conversation now in Mikkelean that everyone can understand. The broader strokes of it is that there's been a creature that has been around this area for quite a long time, but has tend to stick deep into the woods, largely hunting larger wild game. That has, within the last week, maybe a little longer, been spotted further towards the river and further towards the main road. A little north of this part of Pleasant Valley, which is called Sootwald, or just the South Forest. And it's made it difficult to travel back and forth between Rondhof and especially Kimper. There has been attempts at hunting it down that have been relatively unsuccessful. They are... Some people have survived. They do... One of the people there are... who is currently there is one of the people who managed to escape after a very unsuccessful attempt at hunting it. They are not entirely sure exactly what it is. But they begin to kind of just describe the creature.
Is there any chance we would be able to recognize it?
Yeah, I can go through some of its features. And we'll see what people recognize. Probably Gin having an upper hand in figuring out what's going on.
I sure hope it's the penis monster.
It is definitely the penis monster. It's long, many legs. Accounts differ, probably because people haven't really had the chance to take a calm, long look at it. It's either got 6, maybe 8, 10 legs. It looks kind of lizardy, some almost like slug-shaped lizard creature. It is seemingly a dark, earthy, brown, little bit of red tones to its kind of fleshy or scaly body. It's got quite large teeth, a not very long but sturdy tail. It seems to move in somewhat of a halfway between just sliding on its stomach and kind of just pulling itself forward with its legs. And, as is described, they've managed to get some people who have been attacked from it away from it, but they've been petrified. A lot of people who have come into contact with it have been petrified.
Oh, actually, wait.
Does it have two
Actually,
heads?
wait.
Did they say something about that?
6 to 10 legs.
6
is
to
what the
10
accounts
legs. It's got
claim.
multiple sets of legs, more than you would expect from
Mhm.
a normal creature.
Mm.
It's yeah, it's definitely got vibes of different things.
Are the people still petrified? Or was that something that wore
Yes.
off with it a certain... Okay.
Some people that have been petrified have been retrieved and taken into Rondhof. They are still petrified. They're still stuck as stone. I'll say I'll allow 2 people to roll nature checks, and I'll allow Gins to be with advantage because I'm assuming that Gin is going to be one of them.
Is there any way to...
Alright.
So just nature, no arcana?
Yeah, just nature.
Okay, I'll go
Nature
for it.
advantage. Want to guess my nature
Oh.
modifier?
Ew, 12.
0. 14.
Definitely, I would say Gin probably carries more of the relevant information. Gin would be the one to definitely pick up on sounds like at least what this monster stems from is at least part basilisk, for sure.
I was thinking that.
Definitely a creature that Gin is aware of because they do have poison. And they are known for petrifying creatures. And other than that, it definitely doesn't fit the descriptions of most basilisks that Gin has heard of. So it's definitely somewhat altered by the valley. A very prominent trait on basilisks that they've got kind of spine-like scales along the top of their like along their back. And they've got kind of prominent scales, but people here seem to not be able to agree whether this creature's scaly or fleshy. From their descriptions of it, it seems like it's likely larger than a basilisk.
Definitely a weirdo.
And given the struggle the people have had with it, you'd guess that it's definitely not a normal basilisk. Basilisks are dangerous, but a coordinated effort by a large group can take it down. You'd expect some casualties in the process, but the fact that no one has been able to deal with it does imply that it's significantly more powerful. And I'll say, as kind of people are around town are talking about things, the leader figure of Matt, looking over the group, probably in this process also hearing a little bit about your travels, as that would come up.
Yeah, we'd probably talk about different things that we've encountered.
They kind of look over the group, kind of hearing you guys talk. They'd ask, what would you say that they are the most fearsome creatures you've encountered?
I'd say in a kind of beat like
Not
this.
including your dad.
It would be definitely her grandfather, her great grandfather.
I don't think that was a proper fight.
Do you say that in character?
Yeah.
Yeah, so both Levi and Gin mention Aubrey immediately. They
Rizu puts
the
his head in his
townspeople
hands, like,
the town people on the mention that you guys have encountered Aubrey, kind of startle back in shock. You can see them make a motion, kind of placing their hand kind of almost in a fist-like position, kind of against their forehead. They mutter, almost like a prayer. Sorath would recognize it. It is they are asking for forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
don't worry.
Not to any of you
I don't know what
guys,
they're
but to Aubrey.
Yeah,
For
Rizu, like,
assisting
hearing
the
what they
people,
said
yeah.
would
This
be
would
like,
not
it
be
was
said
a
in Michelin.
misunderstanding.
They pivot.
Oh
to
yeah,
dear
no, not
listeners.
understanding what they say, but in reaction
Yeah.
to what Gin and, like, Levi said, this was out of misunderstanding and was resolved.
Give me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
Sorath would just be kind of looking at Rizyuk like, what the fuck are you talking about?
18.
They look at Risyuk and they look unconvinced. But
Sorath
you can
might
kind of
explain.
see kind of muttering. It seems like the general consensus is they assume that essentially you guys were let go.
Yes.
Which Sorath would then probably confirm, yeah.
Yeah. We were. There was no agreement, as most know. You cannot. You cannot really make deals with Obori. We were let go.
This is understandable. Well, they are no match for. They're no match for Vampire, but.
Let's give a more accurate.
We have
We've
come across a creature that we now know as an aboleth. It is a creature of the sea. Or of the water. And of the sea.
We've also fought creatures that instoke mental harm by just looking at their visage, as well as Wisp. Will-o-wisp.
Yeah.
But the creature, if you would look at it, would cause mental harm.
I'll say I'll allow specifically Gunther this. Gunther, make an insight check and allow it to be with advantage. Because really, Gunther would be the only one who is very familiar with the kind of goings on of assessment of combat talent that they would know from, training in the Secret Order and stuff like that. So, insight, allow it with advantage. Yeah. Yes.
Ooh. Highlights it.
Yeah.
Fancy. Hey! Naughty 20.
So, as Mats is looking over, hearing the group, kind of also probably asking a little bit about your talents. The way they phrase their questions, the way they look at people, Gunther gets the very immediate sense that this dude is a combat veteran. They've definitely seen a lot of battle on the field. Something about them strikes you as likely retired mercenary. I'll say with a dirty 20, Gunther would figure that they probably retired for their injury. It would not surprise Gunther if they could keep up with him if they were in peak shape. This is a seasoned warrior. The others wouldn't really pick up on that necessarily. But Gunther would definitely be able to tell this is someone who knows fighting, likely has fought monsters, and has a good eye for it. As much as we all, and by we all I mean Gunther, and me and Jewel, hate Odin Athax, this is what Odin Athax is really good at. Looking at someone, quickly assessing, you have these capabilities. So I'll say with that insight and your specific knowledge, Gunther would be inclined. You're not becoming him, don't worry. But Gunther would be inclined to assume that this person's judgments are coming from a position of authority. They're reliable. And after hearing you guys talk about what you've done, Mats will say, it's possible that you have a chance, so I would not underestimate this creature. I would, if you decide to continue north, if you can avoid it, it would likely be preferable. If you must fight it, I recommend you take precautions.
I understand.
This is not a fight I recommend to head into unprepared.
Sorath would be very welcoming of the advice.
What we know mostly from observations.
And she's kind of trying to think about what the best way to go about this would be, because she wants to help. But also she doesn't want to spend, like, a week trying to track down a beast.
Yeah.
And struggle to, like, take it down.
From what they describe, it would probably be more...
So Sorath is probably just thinking.
It would probably be more effort to try and avoid it. It seems to kind of just be occupying the road area a little north of here. Far enough away that they aren't really afraid of it bothering the town in any way. But enough that it definitely takes care of travelers, to put it lightly.
Yeah, which is not great.
So finding it probably wouldn't take a long time. Mads explains that they've considered sending trackers to try and learn more about it, but they haven't been willing to risk it. So again, most of their information are just from whoever managed to get away.
Yeah.
So far, the most effective strategy seems to be letting it eat part of your group and then just hoping you're one of the people who get to run.
Cool.
Could I ask Mads a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Has anybody recovered any of the petrified bodies?
We have some of the petrified bodies here. The ones that were not already damaged too much.
May I take a look at one of them? If that's
certainly.
No problem.
Yes, we would like to observe and see if any of us are able to assist with breaking the petrification. Though, obviously, we can make no promises. It is worth looking into.
Mm-hmm.
The Mats and some other town people will show you to what is probably normally a bit of like a storage shed that currently has 4 bodies that are petrified. One of them is missing most of an arm. The others, like you can see fingers, tips of noses. More fragile bits have fallen off in the process of moving them, but not enough that it would kill the person if they were unpetrified. But yeah, they do remain petrified there.
Question.
I don't know
Yes.
if Gunther or Levi want to kind of look more.
I mean, Levi would take a
Sorry.
look. This would be something
Yeah,
that Levi
yeah,
would
yeah.
specialize in.
Exactly.
But Levi also don't have greater restoration because he's pretty sure that would do it, but he's not sure that lesser restoration. I'm tapped out of spells right now.
Give me a. Feel free to give me a religion or a medicine check, Levi. Your choice.
At the very least, if you can find out what it is, then somebody could help, I'm sure. Or Sorath could request someone goes to this town to help them. Yeah.
Then you can do as well,
were-
Gunther.
15.
Religion or
Well, I would
medicine.
fuck. I'm already rolled. So it's it.
I'll allow you to guide it.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, what are you trying to say, Matcha?
If I were so, let's say if somebody that was petrified had their arm break off, but their both parts are still petrified, would mending be able to attach the arm before the unpetrification happened? As it is considered a statue.
I would say yes.
Okay.
However, I would say yes, but because it is a creature, I would say that would require all the materials. So if you have like an arm and then you mending it back together, it will not reconstitute the lost material, so there will definitely be a noticeable lack because things don't shatter entirely cleanly. So unless you've got every little piece of shard, there will be complications to that lost arm. That probably would require further healing magic to make sure it isn't lost again. But yeah.
Remind me, does Crystal have good wisdom? Like, is Crystal able to do a medicine check?
It's +1 for me. I can give it a go.
Okay.
Medicine
I
is
have
no one's
+2.
specialty.
Yeah,
And Gunther and Levi are the most medically inclined due to their due to their different divine services.
Want some weed?
Gunther would definitely be able to say this is beyond Gunther's magical capabilities. Levi, I will say,
nice.
petrification is something you are quite certain a lesser restoration would not deal with. Pretty certain a greater restoration would.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
At the very least, we can take note of that so Sorath can contact someone and maybe compare and see if they, oh my god, if they would be able to come to this village and help the people that are petrified.
Yeah.
She would be fine doing that.
It would be about, so to unpetrify all these people, it would require 400 gold's worth of diamond dust in total.
Fun.
Yeah, because I have a bit of diamond dust for 1 or 2 classes. I forgot how.
You could grind down a diamond, but yeah.
No, Sorath
Resume
would
feels
figure that out
Mm.
in Kimber, as the Bell Roses have a location in Kimber, so she'd probably have access to some resources.
Let's hope that once we kill this thing, it releases its curse.
Yeah.
I will say, for the sake of it, Gin probably would know that that's not the case.
Is that the case?
Basilisk, if you're petrified by Basilisk, you're just stuck like that. Killing the creature doesn't affect that.
I could dream.
So for someone that doesn't really know how basilisks work in D&D, Is it poison? Like, do they bite you and that's how you're petrified? How does petrification work?
So basilisk petrification, classically, especially with
Eye
Gen's knowledge, is eye contact.
Okay.
But they've got a poisonous bite, and that bite, the poison is partly there because the basilisk petrifies its victims and then eats the rock. And it's just kind of part of the digestive process of them consuming rocks.
Cue that cat
crunching.
eating the ice.
Okay, thank you. Because, I wasn't sure. I've, like, seen movies with basilisks, but I wasn't sure if it was slightly different. Okay.
There are definite possibilities that this creature operates differently. So, but that's, of course, you'll have to figure out. The group is perfectly allowed to ask for more details. I promise no concrete answers, but if you ask for something that some of the townspeople might know, they might be able to aid.
We might not get concrete answers, but we have concrete victims.
Yeah.
Alright. I think for sure we have to rest for a second before fighting. Especially since you're out of spells.
Are there...
I don't think a short rest would help Levi all that much, but
if you
it was
guys
still
stay the night here, which I'm guessing you are, unless you just want to travel like an hour further than this and set up camp, then it would be a long rest because nothing else strenuous has happened today. 24 hours.
We can get them skills back. Let's go.
I'll ask them.
Yeah, like Levi is currently super tapped out.
Yeah.
So
that'll be good.
So when it comes to what has been seen, does it look like wildlife is affected by this, or has been spotted as statues in those areas?
Roll for them, see. They have not seen any wildlife statues, but that could also be because that's when the basilisk petrifies something, it then eats it. The fact that the statues that they've got here are whatever petrified stone people that were able to be carried out in the runaway process.
Do we have any villagers here that were part of a group that made it back from?
One of the people, while you were talking, was a hunter that was part of one attempt at taking the creature down.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any... Was it just a group of people, or did you have any assistive animals with you?
No assistance of animals. I'll say... Let's see. They remember the situation quite clearly. It was them and 18 other people. They are all hunters by trade, and they're all, as a lot of people are, trained with longbows, war bows to be specific. And he relays that they fired several volleys, and most seemed to stick in the creature, but they're not sure if it hurt it at all.
Might not have gotten deep enough.
It did not seem evasive in the slightest, but it seemed to shrug off what he claims must be at least 20, 30 arrows, without seeming to care in the slightest.
Yeah.
And it was... Oh, sorry.
As a double measure, even though they assumed it wouldn't do much, they did try to tip their arrows in 2 different kinds of poisons. They tried using the sap from the trees, which they guessed it would be resistant to, which didn't seem to affect it much. They also tried essentially a makeshift quote-unquote poison just made from taking a random manure, horse shit, dog shit, and just fermenting it almost, just to try and cause an infection. And as far as the people who have seen the creature since, did not seem to affect it much at all. It is likely partly due to the environment, quite resistant to poison.
We have a guy who, even if they're resistant to poison, his poison affects them.
Could Gin give me a poisoners check?
I think to myself, poison check? Let's see.
Yeah.
17.
I'll say Gin is very familiar with creatures that make poison are often resistant to poison. However, there is also, not always, but it is sometimes the case that if a creature naturally is naturally very resistant to poisons due to its environment, sometimes that can be a very specific defense. Meaning if you can somehow cut through that natural, just attained resistance with something it's not used to, that might hit it harder. It's not a guarantee, but it's possible.
Yeah, something not local would be something that needs to cut through that.
Gotcha.
So,
If it
Alright,
were
I got
to.
something like that.
I know this might be a sore spot, but what was the creature's method of attack? How did it strike, in a matter of speaking?
They kind of shudder a little trying to remember it. They just kind of seem a little, not necessarily like they've repressed anything. They can just get like a little lost. Go like, it happened very fast. The creature was large, but we didn't see it clearly. It was getting darker. It might attack from ambush. Once the fighting began, it was brutish and unrelenting. If it wasn't for the fact that we could run faster than it, I doubt any of us would have survived.
Wait, if you were able to outrun it, okay, so that means it should be slow.
Yeah, it wasn't very. It wasn't a very mobile creature now.
Not
Seems
fast,
to be in line.
but very bulky. And
But
tanky.
then also,
Be in line with
it
the-
also might be stealthy too.
We don't know exactly why we didn't spot it, but I suppose it blended in, especially
coloration.
in the dark. It was huge.
Thank you for sharing with us.
Out of character,
Mhm.
real quick. So the recent curse is not what's causing the overcast at all times. This is something that's been
Oh
prevalent
no,
with
it's been overcast here like the last 700 years or so. It's not very
Okay.
recent. Depends on your
Not at all.
perspective, but no, it's not the reason.
Sorath could definitely tell Rizik that if he did want to ask her about it
Yeah.
at any
I
point.
think, yeah,
As
we
far
are
as
aware
Sorath
of
has
that not
taken
being
note
the-
of, very little in the valley seems different.
Mm.
Besides the fact that, like, it's been cut off, the valley seems very much the same. Besides the kind of choking darkness that the others seem to be experiencing, and the difference in the feeling of ether flows, it seems very much the same.
Some little things are different, but overall,
Yeah.
still the valley.
Yeah.
And you said that you were attacking with bows. Was it able to strike from any distance, or was it had to be up close when it struck?
We didn't really get to test it, but I mean, if it looks at you, doesn't need to be quite close for that.
Okay.
Indeed.
My recommendation
So
is, if you can, perhaps it would be best to simply blindfold oneself.
Mm.
So I'm not sure how much use one would be if one were to fight it blind.
Okay.
I thought creatures were looking at it was not a good idea before, but this seems...
It may be something that can assist with, as I am able to feel other senses heightened.
Mm.
As
You do have a small degree of blind sight, yeah.
Yeah. It may be something that I can handle, as I do not rely on my sight at certain times.
I guess...
But it would require a... I would need to think on this.
We have time. Did it make any calls or noises?
It made noise, but there was no response, at least. As far as we know, there was only one sword wild beast.
Sorath seems somewhat concerned and a little, like, worried. She's kind of quiet as she's thinking.
Could you give me a history check, Sworth?
Yep. "14, it's not bad.
Okay.
Not bad for her.
I'll say the moment they called it the Sudwald Beast, like, it's kind of like familiar, like you've heard of this creature before. It is a bit of like, almost like a Locan legendary creature, but it stays far up into the woods, and it's kind of like a don't venture deep into the woods.
Yeah, scary story for
thing.
kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is very much a real creature, and I'll say the thing that Sorath bites note of is that when Sorath was young, especially in those early years, Anselm was still a little active. Anselm did specifically decide that they were not going near this thing. And
Alright.
Emrys and Ambrosia kind of had the matter of, it's not bothering anyone. If it bothers the town, then Abari's going to take care of it, so we don't care. But Anselm, who in the earlier days did kill time by like, oh, I'll go kill some monsters just for fun, go out hunting, essentially.
Yeah.
Did specifically steer clear of this thing.
Yeah.
Back when he was in his prime, essentially.
Yeah. I feel like Sorath would probably mention that. So it's like, I know that my father was not. As one who loved to hunt monsters, to cure his boredom, he was never. He never took on this beast, as I think that I have heard stories of this beast before.
Put this in context for everyone else. Anselm, I think I've mentioned this to Salem ages, like in the very start of when we talked about Anselm. Anselm has been on more than one dragon hunt. Not for like ancient dragons or anything, but they have been in large hunting parties to take dragons down, because being a dragon slayer is considered like a mark of prestige. But this was not something that Anselm saw it as preferable to go up against. Probably partly because, there aren't going to be as many people fighting this creature as in a proper dragon hunt. But also, it does kind of communicate to the fact that this likely is not a creature that you could just go head on and challenge in the way Anselm's kind of brain dead strategy would be.
Yeah.
Brain dead attacking?
Those of the group who are a little more like experienced in that regard, and probably I would say it's a possible chance that Gin also would be someone who takes note of it, though it's your choice if he just vehemently is against the concept. This seems like a fight that if you were a monster hunter, you would try and come in with a plan and a strategy, gathering information and stuff beforehand.
When it comes to monsters, I think Gin will suffer through planning. Do it.
I do not know if we should hunt this monster, as I have worries considering my father was a well-known hunter and never had the courage to take on this beast.
I'll say Mats probably pipes in a little bit. That part of it is clearly in the way they're like praised themselves, and the tone is someone talked shit about the royal family, instinctive defense, but some of it is clearly also genuinely speaking from experience, and goes with a group at the lord's level, it would not be impossible to take down such a creature, but the risk is certainly unnecessary. A group such as the lords, from the stories I've heard, would still likely expect casualties.
Indeed. And casualties are not some things I wish to carry the butts enough at this moment.
I don't think we should back down.
It is something... Continue.
Especially with the things that we have to face later on. I don't think we should back down out of fights like these.
If you were to try to avoid it, I think it would be quite difficult. My honest recommendation is to stay here. If you desperately need to travel up, perhaps build a boat, or wait for some boat to travel downriver. So I don't know how long that will take. If you're in a hurry, You could try and speed through and hope the creature doesn't catch you off guard. Might be your best bet at avoiding it, but it's been staying
Then it
near the
sounds like-
road.
Then it sounds like we might need to take it head on,
I,
as we do
I
not
will,
have time.
I will say I have a spell called Holy Weapon that will make a weapon bright enough to blind it, which could help.
Finding
Indeed.
it could be useful.
If it's if what it sees is able to be petrified.
What, matcha?
Any magicism?
Are you muted?
Oh, I've been muted.
That's funny.
Uh,
They've been
I've
trying to speak and then being cut off, and I was like, oh shit. But I can hear them, and that's because
Yeah.
they're right next to me.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So, when your father went on these hunts, would he go primarily alone or would he go with a group of people?
When he was hunting dragons, he would be in massive parties. And when he would hunt monsters, he would be with others in a group somewhat smaller than ours, but still quite powerful.
Do you know if it'd be as varied as ours?
I believe so. The stories that he has told me.
They seemed like
The
a very
group that-
well-rounded bunch. Yeah.
The group that he traveled with Takluk was very well rounded. It was a group that carried and did not have many, if any, gaps at all.
Riziard would have some knowledge of that group, the Duskbreakers. As they are very infamous in Wencast for
Wencast.
some reason.
For some reason.
Yeah,
It's not like
wonder
they
what-
kidnapped anybody. Kidnapped and then
But
dumped.
yeah, they were a very,
Um,
very famous Monster Hunter crew back then.
Yeah.
Back about a little over 30 years ago at this point.
Yeah, so... It sounds like we may not have the ability to avoid this creature, as we do not have the benefit of much time. We are on a... We have great purpose to reach Kurzum's sooner rather than later. So
Matt's response.
it may be some things that we need to risk.
Matt's
sounds
response.
like the
If you
best
may,
way.
then be sure travel north, but do everything you can to get an advantage, and do not let it catch you off guard. It seems that has been catastrophic so far.
Thank you.
So,
I mean, I have a spell
Sounds
called
as
Locate
though-
Creature that if I could get a good enough description on it, I could find it in 1,000 feet.
Well, it's the dark like wet red earth. It is just about tall enough that it barely isn't seen above the tree line. Probably 20 feet tall or so. Long, many legs. And it is, I don't know if the name matters, but it is known as the Sutwald Beast.
The super no, that's actually what I really need for Locate Creature, right? A name would actually help a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And especially if it's a local legend sort of creature, then
Yeah.
yeah, that name should be fine. It carries weight.
As long as the information you gather is good at specifically targeting it in, then yeah.
Well, in the morning, I would like to go over strategy ideas with you once. if you would be able to.
I'd be honored to give any advice I can.
Thank you. Hopefully we are able to deal with the beast head on, but if we are able to get away from it and avoid combat altogether, that might be most ideal. So I would prefer to rid the valley of this sort of beast, if possible.
But yeah, at the same time as that thought, it does sound like if we are to travel, we're traveling as if we're hunting this thing, and at the same time, it sounds like the only way to travel through is to kill it as well. So
It is a risk
Because-
we must face together.
You must depart
So-
immediately, then yes, likely.
We
Like
will
I said,
leave
we
tomorrow once we are ready.
we could construct a boat. It would take time, but we could construct a boat.
We have much to transport to Gimpa and to Korsums. So I appreciate the offer very greatly.
Hmm.
I will make sure that people are sent to this direction from Gimpa or from wherever they may be from to handle and help with the petrified people
Hmm.
that are here so they can once again live.
Was there any kind of difference in the habitat that you were getting into when it struck? Were there any like signs of like clearings of wildlife? I know they kind of seemed sparse in the first place, but was it any difference in how the woods were? Or
Not that we noticed.
Hey, Ulti,
Mhm.
for freedom of movement,
Yes.
would that stop petrification
No.
happening in the first place? Okay.
Freedom of movement protects you from some things. I do not believe petrification is one of them.
Well,
I can
it would
double
most
out
likely
of,
be best.
Yeah.
It would most likely be best for us to depart in the morning, but at the very least we will depart in the afternoon of tomorrow. I would hope to leave earlier, but I wish to take any caution and make any preparations that are needed.
I would recommend leaving in the morning if possible, but perhaps not tomorrow morning. Feel free to take your time. But you want as much daylight as possible. The
Yes.
creature likely is less likely to ambush successfully.
does this town have any kind of wizard or anybody selling spell scrolls or anything like that?
There's only
Any
like
kind
50
of-
people here.
Yeah, no, they've got a blacksmith. He's very good at making horseshoes. It's that kind of place.
Like
They don't
have
have
a post
they don't
office,
have
they need to
anyone
get it
who
shipped
can
in.
sell magic items or magic scrolls. They do have some people who know 1 or 2 cantrips. That's the closest thing they have to a mage.
Yeah.
We should probably stock up on torches. If we can create more light, we can create more contrast, meaning that shadows would be cast a lot easier, throwing off the creature's camouflage at least a little bit.
Oh, Thorath, how do you feel about holding a weapon that's very bright and was filled with holy power?
I wonder if a weapon would be in better hands with someone like Gunza, as I plan to shroud myself in darkness, if
Okay.
possible. And having weapons that can easily take on this beast in hands of someone else that prefers melee, that might be good. To give Gunsa an advantage as well. As I will have the advantage of being able to take on the creature without the risk of I will be able to take on the creature without needing to see, ideally.
If
So-
locate, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If locate creature works out, we might be able to ambush it too and be able to get some hits in first before it can even do anything.
I wonder if it would be smart of us, for one of us or multiples of us to climb any trees. If it cannot be seen above the tree line, then climbing up 2 trees to try and ambush the creature might be best.
Real quick, say, Matt, did you ever get a look at what kind of claws this thing had? Was it more like hooked, or did it seem more like a more terrestrial, I guess, or arboreal?
Mats was not one of the people who were.
Oh,
You'd have to ask the hunter.
Yeah. Hunter will say that they would describe the legs. They were stocky. They had claws, but it didn't seem to use them necessarily for combat.
okay. So it's probably not a creature for climbing.
Definitely not. It is
It
essentially
is not dexterous.
The best way I could visually describe this thing is imagine if you stretched Jabba the Hutt and stuck a bunch of legs on the side of them. It's not going to be climbing, most likely.
And Sorath would probably say that most creatures in the valley are not known for their dexterity. They are bulky. They can take many hits. But outrunning them is usually not too difficult.
That's strange. With a place with so many trees and wooded areas, you'd think some of them would be more tasked to climb, but
As is the curious and strange nature of the valley. The curse has made it an interesting place. It may not make much sense given the environment, but it is what it is.
I'll say the eyes in this creature, obviously head, but towards the front, the creature kind of think like a lizard.
Predator.
Yeah, very much predator eyes.
Yeah. So not the best vision and not very fast. Slow as shit and a little, like, if we were to blind it, it would definitely help us a lot. Like, I'm thinking that we all, if we are able to and have that much poison, or if anyone is going to be going in with more melee, like if someone's going in with magic, we don't need to worry about it as much, but for people going in with melee, having weapons dipped with poison would probably be best, for at the very least the first hits. Ideally, we have enough to last a while, but being realistic. And then, yeah, having an ambush where some people are higher up and some people are on the ground, that would be good. And having the variety of range that we do is also going to be nice.
yeah.
So I have a feeling that Sorath and Gunther can handle more of the close combat.
Yeah. But if I can root it into the ground with one of my runes, that would be very helpful too.
Yes. Anything to trap it would be best. We're going to need to be very strategic about it and make sure that being careful at the same time.
Of course. Any slip-ups could be the loss of one of us for a time.
Yes, they would need to be transported to Kimpa. I also have a way of immobilizing it as long as it's close. Yes, having multiple ways would be great, because if one of them happens, whenever that wears off, if it does, before we are able to kill it, then well, I should say if I'm saying if when it wears off, before we're able to kill it, having that second option to ensure that we do have that time where it's can't see, that would be fantastic. So I like having multiple options in case A, the first one fails, B, it runs out. Having multiple options will be.
I mean, I mean, I could also always instead cast slow on it.
Limiting its options, yeah.
Yeah.
I also have no, that doesn't work. We have a few different options, I think, between all of us, which is good. And
As a way, yeah.
to something like this will definitely need to be handled strategically. We can't all go balls to the walls immediately. Definitely needs to be like, okay, someone needs to immobilize it. Once it's immobilized or blinded or whatever, then we need to be focusing on damage and like prepping for the next immobilization once the first wears off, that sort of thing. So we're not like, yeah. Yeah.
Also
Spending our
like, make
resources
them-
wisely.
I'll also say that there are more than just this hunter that had seen the creature, and
Okay.
Mads will be happy to both ask around and let you guys talk to other people that maybe might know something, including they do have one of the houses at the moment is taking care of a handful of injured people
That would be great.
who kind of by that nature probably got closer to it than that hunter.
Yeah.
But
That would be great. A, if we can assist with healing, and B,
yeah, but
if we can learn what
they are
know.
not doing great at the moment.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we can, yeah. No, definitely interested in going to see them. A, to see if we can help them in any way, and B, to see what they know. But Sorath is going to take it very, like, carefully, because given how hurt they might be and are, she doesn't want to distress them even more.
Mm.
So focus on helping first and then seeing if they're able to tell them anything. That's my idea.
Before you go and do that, I realized I could always test things with Alvin. Alvin not being organic, there's a chance of him being able to grab the attention, as he looks more like a creature. But if he does get affected and petrified, I can always rebuild him.
I'll say that this conversation kind of trails to an end.
Yeah.
We can take a little break.
Yeah.
We'll be back. We can say we'll try and start at like 5 past. Sounds that good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like 10 minutes. 11 minutes technically, I guess. But yeah.
I have an idea what Rizyuk might do with
Feel
the
free to
break that
discuss
we
all your
have.
dastardly plans. I'm gonna BRB and have the big piss.
Will you have headphones on?
Yo, go piss.
No, because mine are cabled and I do not drag my entire cable into the bathroom.
Why not?
Because the cable,
Yeah,
and this is the only reason why not, because the cable is about half a meter too short. I would if otherwise.
Put
Ooh.
your desktop on a cart.
Persuasion.
I did some editing and I just made this as my mute image.
Oh, I gotta tune into a stream and see. Oh, I see. Very nice.
Just also as a way to show off like what the helmet looks like to stream.
Hmm.
But the fun part is it like unfolds from the neck piece. It chomps over his head.
Oh yeah, I can kind of see like you've got a neck kind of armor when muted. That's cool.
I'm thinking of having Rizuke modify it so he can turn the islets and have them like close up,
Mm,
making it so he could fight the thing, but literally have no way of seeing it. But when he's up
yeah.
close, that wouldn't matter as much.
Oh yeah,
Because he also
Marcia,
has
what did Santa get you for your birthday?
I got some cool shoes.
You
I like it. Yeah.
got the drip.
Yee.
He got the nene.
Bananas.
Oh.
So I found out updating your tokens a little bit more complicated than just changing your profile pic on D&D Beyond for your character. You have to separately
Oh,
do it through a Dropbox.
oh, I see. Interesting.
So they update the token. You have to go into you right click your character, go to token adjustments, change token image, and then log into either Dropbox or I don't know what that other thing is. Microsoft Cloud. Then upload it there and choose it.
Hmm. Oh, England won the football. Yippee.
Yippee!
There'll be many drunk people tonight shouting down the street. Oh well.
Oh. They're
Chris
already
would
there.
join them if she was existing in the real world.
Mm.
I wonder if Chris would enjoy football. Probably. Gives her a reason to drink.
Yeah, that makes sense actually.
Dang. Uti takes their time pissing.
I mean,
But then again,
it is piss.
yeah, I can kind of understand. I like spending time on TikTok
Oh, my
when I
cousin
pee.
usually spends like an hour on the fucking bathroom in
Oh my god.
just because he like to play on his laptop on his iPad while he takes a dump.
Oh.
I am back now.
That was the piss.
Oh, great.
That was in extreme detail.
It was long, and I fought for my life in there.
Oh damn.
Several gallons for sure.
Oh wow.
Shit.
Well done on
That's-
making it out.
How much balls? Ah. Ootsie.
Mm-hmm.
sure you've seen the edit of the PNG for the muted icon now.
No, wait, what? Oh yeah, with the helmet. Yeah, true. This is very cool.
Yeah, I got Astro's approval too.
Oh, that's nice.
I sent it to Astro before I changed it on stream, and Astro was like, "Oh, cool." Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you have approval.
I think I got approval for it a while back, though. I asked Astro, "Hey, I might
Yeah.
like edit it for a muted." That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of having Rizyuk do some smithing to make it so he can make it so the eye slits get closed for this fight.
I mean, I guess you could, depending on how you would undo it. But you likely can't do anything like mechanical that'll let you like turn vision off on.
It would be an action because it's an action to have it just automatically go up as a helmet.
Yeah. So I mean more in the terms of like you do still have the eye slits. I don't know if you would just be able to with you might be able to tinker your way to it, but I don't know if you would be able to have like a mechanical implementation or if you're just like if you're just doing like a piece that kind of slots in, then that would be perfectly fine.
Yeah. Like, I think the only way would be have it where I rig it up so if I trigger it with one hand, it makes it go up normal, and if I trigger it with the other hand, it goes up but without opening eye slits. So it'd have to be the whole thing would go up without opening eyes. But that would be with tinkering checks and stuff.
Yeah, it's the whole thing of like doing that kind of like specific mechanical, like magic mechanical tinkering requires a little more than just like tools. In the same way, like you might have smithing tools, but doesn't mean you can you can do a lot of smithing stuff without a forge, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
Yeah.
Also, can we retcon how much, like, some money that I left Dougal with a couple of my platinum reserve?
I mean, sure. You're up to, like, y'all can have left whatever you want in the mansion. It's up to you where you store your inventory.
Yeah, because I don't think it would be a good idea to have all of that money on me.
Yeah, sure. You can have
You
left.
just give it to me.
You can have left however much money you want with Dougal.
Yeah, I was thinking
And
like
I
I
was gonna
probably have a
rob you.
limited amount of time to make that decision because I'm like, oh shit, I was supposed to leave stuff back there. I forgot to mention it.
Yeah, no worries. As long as you're not like, as long as it's not something you're using or something like very prominent. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The problem would come in if, oh, we were robbed, and then I decided to say that. That would not be good. So I'll probably leave. Let me see.
Bank of Dougal.
Yeah.
Bank of Dougal. And Dougal we trust. Some of us more than others.
Yeah.
Some of our assets are going to be.
As a
hi.
neutral outside party, this group definitely trusts Dougal way more than they have any right to be trusted. But also, y'all do trust people easily, and Sorath trusts them, and y'all trust Sorath, so...
I'll leave... Yeah. I'll probably leave... Oh, why did I have to make it all in platinum? My brain conversions! Honestly, because I have my armor bought and stuff, I'll probably leave all but 100 platinum.
Okay.
With Dougal.
Sure. Just put that in your notes.
Yeah.
I trust everyone is keeping track of their money, so...
Yeah. Especially after our stint in Debaya. Yeah, they have to. because I'm like, okay, we spent a lot with the material cost in Debaya.
Yeah, stuff's expensive.
Damn, why did I have to buy Debaya rock for Bellow Breaker? It's a nerd. It's a nerd. What?
Yeah.
I know, but I didn't know exactly what we were doing there when we got there.
That's not a problem, though, you know?
Yeah, but at the time I thought Debaya rock would be useful to bring back.
Yeah. No, that's, it's a kind of big deal that y'all haven't seen the consequences of yet, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll just put it in notes that I have 1,900 platinum left at the reserves at Dougal. I'll put that in notes.
How are people holding up? People getting back to stuff?
I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Salem
I'm
is
back.
at the
I'm
table
dead.
with rice.
Yeah.
Seems like Joel's back.
Yeah, I think Salem said that they were gonna be BRB a little bit
Yeah.
after we get off break if we need to.
No.
Salem wants to die? What? Oh, well that explains it.
Let's check that over there.
I could be doing the rice stuff.
I can do the rice. Step aside. I'm on my way.
Yay. Don't. Oh, Crystal wouldn't fuck rice.
It's Crystal. They might, you know. We never know with Crystal.
If I had a penis, then I could. I don't know what I could do with rice, though.
Be careful, it's hot.
Not fuck it. That's what you
The alien concept of just not fucking something. I mean, you could be doing like wax play, but instead of wax, it's just warm rice. That's real goofy.
Oh, Uti.
Yeah.
I also, on another note, I found out the tokens don't automatically update to what you set your character profile pic as. You have to go in and go to a Dropbox profile and put that up there and then change it. Since I think when we first made the above TTT, or you made it, they took the profiles from that and then went with it. But afterwards, the players will have to actually manually adjust the token.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe if I made a new token, it would grab the new profile picture, but it's still keeping the data from the old token.
Yep, I found out when I looked at Levi's token and realized, oh, Levi updated their character sheet a while back, but it didn't change the token. And same with, so that's why I like it, because you could change it to be different depending on. But yeah. I like this. I love learning about like a monster and figuring out, okay, we need to know, like, we need to detective our way to some information on it.
Yeah. It's gonna turn out everything. It was the very opposite of what they described.
No, thank you. I hope not.
He had 12. It had like 12 legs. It only has 2.
It's a green dragon in disguise. Oh
yeah.
Matcha's birthday will kill Matcha.
Oh, wouldn't that be ironic?
We're nowhere near Orst though, so I don't think we'll have to worry about that.
There you go. Now Levi's token looks like Levi.
I do like that it automatically turns into a circle.
Yeah, it's very convenient.
No more going into my drawing software and cutting it out and making it a circle manually.
Yeah, the way I've been
Especially, thank
circle
God,
cutting
because I use
stuff
GIF.
is I have a specific Word document that I've set to default paste images circle cropped. So
Yeah.
I've dumped all the monsters in there, and then I just grab the PNG from there. So
Oh, that's smart.
I'm happy that looking at and seeing both the Tories made icons next to each other,
Yeah.
it works so well.
But yeah, I guess we can start up again.
Oh.
Not everyone needs to immediately be here, but I'm guessing that most people at least are communicative. You know, they're hearing shit.
Would Gorgons be a commonly shared legend, or would it be a legend at all about a creature like a Gorgon?
I mean, Gorgons don't like exist in the Greek myth fashion in D&D, but like there might be like a Medusa-like myth. There is actually, funnily enough, a monster called a Gorgon in D&D, but I think it's like a fucking cow or something.
Oh, it's based off of the bowl of. For some reason, I think I know what you're talking about.
I mean,
Yeah, you're right. It's based off of the one bull that Hercules fought, or Heracles fought, not Hercules. For some reason, I think they got it mixed up when they're.
Okay. Are we going to bed soon? Or is it gonna be?
It's essentially like y'all have had a conversation. There'll probably be some dinner and then sleep and stuff. But yeah.
Okay. For bed, I want to stock up on poisons.
Give me a poison creation check then.
Okay. High numbers. 22.
I'll say you make 2 of them.
Sick. That's all I need. And then I want to try working with the poison attribute kit.
Oh, the stuff you bought?
Yeah.
The ones you bought were, let me see. Which ones did you buy again? What's in your inventory?
I don't think it's in my inventory because I don't remember putting it in there.
God damn it! Put stuff.
Oh wait, no, that's a different thing. Never mind.
Please note what you buy. It's not my responsibility to keep track of your inventory. I feel like you should have taken notes of it though. I told you to note it down. Let me see.
I remember it was like this kit that changes the attributes of the poison, and then like
there was no like proper kit. You bought 2 things, I'm pretty sure. One of them was a poisonous flower. And the other one was so let me check. This was session 62. You bought, I'm pretty sure you got feather lilies. Feather lilies, I'm pretty sure feather lilies are the ones you can add to make a poison last longer. And then you got black and violet marigolds. Is that it? They just they're just like kind of like your normal poison. But
Okay.
if you want to, you can try and add that to. If I remember correctly, it's 2d6 for the Black and Violet Marigold.
Oh, these add 2d6 to my regular poison.
By themselves, they do that, but you can try and combine it with the poison you already have to see if you can stack them on top of each other.
That is what I'm gonna do.
Okay, give me a. And you do also want to add feather lilies to make it last, or?
Will that all combine? Like...
Yeah, you can mix stuff. It'll be harder the more stuff you add, but it'll all combine.
I'm gonna do just that.
So you're adding a little bit of everything?
Yep.
I'll say you take 2 of your normal poisons and you mix them. These will last twice the amount of time that your normal poison would. So instead of 1 day, they'll last 2 days because of the feather lilies, and they will deal an extra 2d6. So it's 2d8 plus 2d6 poison damage, right?
Yeah. It's my poison is 2d8s, yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be plus 2/6. Okay.
Nice.
And this is two. Is it just 2 poisons or
2 of your poisons?
2?
I'll say the poisons you just made, you can put that in there.
Okay. That down.
So you've got 2 kind of amplified poisons. So
Poisons. Okay. And then
I'll
I'm
go back in the
going
VOD and check how much you bought. But you bought a certain amount that could be used a certain amount of times, so
Okay. Thank you.
it's not
I'm
like
gonna
a
give.
infinite supply of extra damage.
I'm gonna give. Guess Gunther. And they don't really fight. Okay, I'm gonna give 1 to Gunther.
Crystal,
And,
Sorath, and Gunther are the main weapon people besides
Okay.
you.
1 to Gunther and 1 to. Crystal.
Yeah.
The 2
Gunther
amp.
has an improved poison. Crystal has an improved poison. Nice.
Is it just called improved poison, or
Uh,
is there a different name?
So I could give you like a component list, or I could do the more accurate thing and say, hey, Gin, what's this poison called? What do you name it? This concoction.
Do I name it? Oh,
I mean, you made it. I don't have
this-
a name for the combination of ingredients you just made up. So if you want to give it a name, you can call it something.
I call it my love potion.
Sweet.
Gin's love potion.
That you should not drink.
Oh,
I drink
And
it.
use it on your weapon.
You did not get one.
I
Luckily.
still drink it.
Please use it on your weapons for this fight.
does that mean you love your our weapons more than you love us? And Chris is gonna like do a sad face, be like,
It means I love my potions.
"Oh, fair enough." Crystal can't compete with that.
You can have more faith.
And actually, one more thing. Do I have to work with the crawler?
Hmm?
Do I have to work with the crawler poison? Or is it just the crawler must guess poison? Or is it just good on its own?
Which poison?
It's the crawler muscus.
Crawler music. Yeah, you can just you can use that just as it is. You can try and use it on the other way, but someone got a call.
Back to back.
Sending shouldn't be working through the veil.
But yeah, I'll explain the crawler mucus further when Lion's back. But yeah, we are however moving to like dinner time. The food will be provided unless Levi insists on making it. I don't know if Panda's here at the moment.
I mean, Levi would.
Yeah,
Levi would just make it
Oh,
because.
true, you were trying to drink poison. I forgot that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to be the one to make all the dinner, or are you more just like helping out at the kitchen, or?
Oh. And let's make it. Levi would make it all.
Okay. In that case, I want a persuasion check.
I mean, Levi would get us up. Levi would probably ask for some stuff he's making, like, everything, but...
Yeah, just give me a persuasion check. We'll see if Levi can convince them to let them make the food. Not too hard. Oh, yeah,
Wow.
definitely. You've got a couple of people helping you out. You get to make whatever you want. In that case, give us a cooking check. With advantage, you're being helped.
What's something that was the appetite after not, like, eating good actual food for a while? I don't know. Stew or something?
Yeah.
I'll guide myself too.
Yeah. The town people are probably also available to like offer like, hey, do you want some like local goat meat in that?
Yeah.
So yeah. I'll say you cook up a nice stew, starting to like first time properly working with local ingredients. It's pretty good. Everything from here has kind of like a bitter aftertaste to it, so you kind of have to work with and account for that. But you do, and it comes out pretty nice, I would say. But yeah, everyone has their dinner. If there's anything else anyone would like to do before everyone heads to sleep.
Can I combine the crawler muscus with my own poison?
The crawler mucus is a contact poison, meaning it works through just touching something. You can try and mix them and turn it into like injury poison. That would require a check that is going to be a little more difficult than that. And you do risk, if you roll really bad, you do risk wasting the poison.
Okay.
But yeah, essentially the way crawler, like contact poisons, you just try and cover area on their skin, and then it'll work as long as it's stuck there. Right? That's the same thing with the sap you gathered last session. It's also a contact poison. So the benefits of contact poisons is they keep working as long as they're on people. But you have to actually take the time to kind of spread it on top of someone. So it takes an action to use a contact poison. You can't just put it on a weapon.
That makes sense. Yeah. Wait a second. Can I just make... actually, I don't know how would I make that. Sam. I was thinking like a glass jar or something. Like a water skin that will break.
You guys do have like glass vials and also like the leftover vials from health potions that y'all have drank. You can just put it in there, sure.
Yeah.
Oh wait, did you buy? Is this the potion, the poison you bought from the shop?
This one. Yeah, this one is. Yeah.
Yeah, in that case, it's in a glass vial. That you feel like would probably crack pretty spectacularly if you threw it at something. It probably wouldn't be very effective against the monster made entirely out of pillows, but you know, most other things it'll be fine. Gunther's praying. What is Gunther praying for? What are we trying to gain an inkling on? What? Oh, the monster? Okay, give me a religion check then.
Nope. Undo.
Yeah, I think. Oh, you're using lucky? Yeah. I'll say you sit down, pray, focus on Footwild monster. You are definitely outside, so we know it doesn't sleep in a bed at night, you know. The earth feels wet and loose, very muddy. Cold. There is a kind of light breeze and a soft rainfall. It smells quite like the rest of the woods that you've been in so far. You can hear the river. But it's not right next to it. You can kind of hear it off in the distance, kind of just like background swirling, just distant, like, you know, just off in the background making a river noise. But beyond that, that's kind of it. The main thing is the earth is very soft and muddy. And it's raining. But it is raining at the moment. It's kind of like y'all head into the evening. Soft rainfall begins. Yeah. Sorry, not a lot of interesting things about the environment for the creature at that moment.
Hello.
Hello.
I feel like Sorath might not wanting to keep Mots much longer for like just because she knows they've been asking them a lot of questions. Not that she thinks they mind much, just out of being polite, I guess. She'd probably want to ask about the valley in general, given that she's in now. And she values the input of a town that's not involved in like Kimper, Kazong, Bouchon. So I guess she's just trying to see how things are going.
Yeah. I'll say some broad strokes you gather is at least people here are aware that they can't leave. But Matt is not certain if everyone else has noticed. Though, like, the lack of trade definitely would be noticed, that people aren't entering, really. And probably, like, in the bigger cities, they would have heard because of the ships that had to travel downriver and then back up when they couldn't leave. They don't really know that much how, like, the state of something like Kimper because they've been blocked off from a lot of information and travel between those areas. But so far, the people in Rodov are not are not very concerned at the moment, though they do worry about how things like might get worse, how long it'll last.
Yeah, I think she's kind of just. She might not be actively taking notes, but she's taking note of it herself, so she can write it down later.
I would say
since she did help, did work in Kimpa and was involved in their dealings for a while, she is curious how things are going.
Yeah.
So she'd be appreciative that.
Yeah.
She'd be glad that things are going all right for them.
Kind of get more into like details of a moment, but probably be kind of in the middle of like explaining like those vague situations, heading more into like concerns about the future. Kind of just at this point talking to Sorath more in the sense of Sorath being representative of an authority that might be useful to explain troubles to. Down here, we are not too pressed for food at the moment, so if it carries on much longer than the month, I would begin to worry. And my guess it would be a very hard winter. We would likely be fine here. As this far south, there aren't as many people who can likely hunt and scavenge for a while.
Have you noticed that seasons are different? Then they might be around this time?
Not particularly. It feels pretty consistent. Would be.
Interesting. Outside of the valley, we're like deep in winter, aren't we? Or at least in like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Outside of the valley, we are deep within winter. So I am very. Not necessarily concerned, but. It is intriguing that the valley has not followed the suit of the world in this area.
It is
so usually around this time.
I would not expect winter to hit in Idpakor. Not this early, at least. They kind of just look at you with this.
Remind me what month it is?
Idpakor is the 7th month. The 2nd month of fall.
Yeah. Well, but remind me what month it is now.
Right now it's Dabrik, the 9th month, last month of the year.
Yeah. What day is it?
As far as you guys keeping track, it should be the 29th.
I see. How long has it been, Ibaka?
They kind of look over to the wall where they have their year stuck. Could be the 11th.
I see. I do not wish to alarm you, and you may avoid sharing from those that you do not think would take this news very well, but it is the 29th of Sabrik.
They processed the information for a while. That is certainly difficult to wrap my head around. So hopefully it It means that the people outside have more time to maybe try and figure something out.
I believe that the source of this predicament is in the valley itself. So, well, that is why we are here.
I see.
We are here for other reasons as well, but this is... I do not wish for the valley to be separated for long. So I
Besides
will
the
warn you.
disruption of trade, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for the ones of us who live here, at least.
So I will warn you that it may suddenly change season. If
Cool.
this is dealt with as we are
We will
hoping to
prepare.
deal with this. Good.
We can
I wanted
somehow
to-
avoid winter. Maybe that is a blessing that
That might be a
can
blessing.
compensate for current
Yes.
circumstances.
Yes. So you can be ready for the winter. I wanted to make sure that you knew. So I understand that sharing this with everyone else might bring some concern. So I will leave it to you to decide what you will do with this information.
I don't think it would be that big of a problem here. I would worry more about the bigger
Gimpa.
cities. They have more of a care for what's outside.
Yes. I appreciate the help that you have given us in the mean of information.
It is nothing. We are simply happy to be able to feel our duty bound on us.
You may consider it nothing, but know that it is very valuable to me. And so I thank you.
Can you give me a charisma check?
Natural 1. I'm ready.
18. Sorath being very genuine.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, she knows that anyone would be like, this information really isn't that valuable, probably to you, because you're rich as fuck. She's like, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
They seem like they're about to say something and then stop themselves. And Jin just smile and give a nod.
I will not press if you do not wish to share, but if you have something on your mind, I would love to hear it. I am not my family. I will not rain down on you.
Give me an insight check.
11.
I'll say it takes a little bit as they kind of look a little confused. They're trying to piece together, and that during that little period of time, you realize what they chose not to say was probably some version of, oh no, this like our lives here, nothing compared to, and so on and so forth. They decided to withhold formalities. So,
Okay. So I feel like she would probably correct herself.
yeah.
I appreciate. I am not one for formalities. So I appreciate when people are more genuine with me.
We will take
So
note
I
of
thank
that.
you.
But yeah.
It is great that those that are a bit farther out are not as affected. I will make sure this is known of when we are distributing, so we can still leave some of the foods that we have bought. Not much, but we can still leave
I think
some.
we would be fine here.
Okay.
If you are heading to Kimper, that would likely be the place that needs it the most.
I agree.
We
If
have
you're
a
in need
decent
of anything,
chance of making it for the
Mm.
winter, and especially if the
Good.
creature is taken care of.
yes. If you're ever in need of anything, please ask. Maybe not my family, but you can ask me.
I will keep that in mind.
And those that are in charge in Kimpa are people that I work with easily. So, if you're in need of me, never fear to ask.
They kind of fail to withhold a little scoff once you mention people in Kimper.
I see.
You can kind of see the, like, pity people kind of
Yeah.
attitude shine through. But they very quickly just kind of awkwardly just, like, cough to try and hide it.
So I know Kimpa is not for everyone.
It's a lovely lovely town with a lot of great people that we do great work with.
Yes, but you live here for a reason.
True.
Sorath would kind of chuckle a little bit, but just smile.
Mats would smile but not allow themselves to chuckle.
Yeah. Well, I thank you. I will do my best to send at least someone to help with those that are petrified. As
It would
I
be
do not wish for
appreciated.
I do not wish for people to still suffer, even if the beast is defeated. So I will do my best to connect this town with those that are capable of handling it. Having resources, I plan to use them and not sit on them.
It's
I wish
good
you a
to
good
know.
night.
You too, lady.
Yes. I'm sorry, I have to leave.
Yeah, they depart the house as it is y'all's to stay in.
Yeah. I wasn't sure where we were, so yeah.
Yeah, y'all are probably dining at the fancy house because they
Yeah,
want to make
true.
an impression.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I'll say, kind of sharing the information, Mads, with the group. Working backwards, if Dugal's theory of sometime early in Tamapsu being when the valley went out contact, roughly 3 times as much time has passed outside as it seems to have passed in here.
Mm-hmm. Days are still, like, passing normally, though.
Yes.
So the time of the day is fine. It's just, like, taking longer to get through the months.
Yeah.
She'll have to ask someone in Kimba if they, well, I know who, but, about what the pattern of the days has been. That sort of thing.
I'll say.
She knows someone that has been keeping track.
Can you give me a history check, Rysyuk?
Got it.
Because Sorath would make sure to tell the group that
15.
the valley is still in Impraku.
Yeah. Kind of like
The 11th,
looking back.
sure.
Yeah, your theory was real close. Looking back at things, you didn't really scoff at it at the time, but with that keen mind, like perfect recollection of the recent times, you're not sure if you could have counted like a full 24 hours the day you arrived.
Something's weird.
It's almost like you
Hmm.
arrived further into the day than you already were. Like you skipped some amount of time.
Something. You're right about that. It feels. Ever since we entered, it's felt a little weird. My sense of time has been. I feel like I'm off. Should be further in, but. Or shouldn't be as.
Something is definitely amiss.
Let's say in these fairy tales, it is not uncommon for time to pass strangely in the fairy realms and all that. Pretty common story component. This might be that. Might just be part of the way the curse is expressing itself. Might be something else entirely.
Pleasant Valley might be having a weird reaction with whatever is at bay. I have hopes that we will learn more on Gimper. I have connections that should help explain some things. At the very least, I have one. They would know what time has passed and what time has not. If not right away, they would catch on very quickly.
That's good. But before we can do all that, we have to deal with this creature.
Yes,
And I have some ideas on how. I feel like we should definitely talk, as we might be the ones getting up close to it. Looks at Gunther and Sorath. I have an idea of how I could restrain the beast.
Explain.
If we can have its attention turned to somewhere else and have Levi cast a spell on it so it can't react to noise or anything that quickly, I could rush up to it, shrink it, and make myself large and restrain it. It would make it a lot more of a chance of success if I made it smaller and myself larger and have it so it's looking, or I'd restrain it in a way where I'd push its head towards the ground.
This is true.
It's risky.
Changing its size would be very smart. As I feel that is most of the battle. It would involve us needing to get quite close, which is... We would need to plan an ambush so that someone could get through with little risk of failure.
Failure does have a high penalty, I would say, in this case.
Of course. Care package, by the way. Unshrimp yourself if you are shrimp. And hydrate yourself.
And shrimped successfully.
Wow.
So, Rizyuk, if you are the ones that would need to touch or interact with this beast, then we might want to have you perched and ready for ambush. You can fly, which should help a significant amount with getting high up in the trees.
And I could use Alvin as a distraction.
Perhaps.
Keeping in mind if it's not affected by its ability to petrify things.
We have several that can fly, which should help us quite a bit. As with my sword, I can help, and with my ability to have enhanced senses other than my sight. That should help a significant amount. So, there is somewhat of an issue with my advantage, is that it requires me to feed on blood, and I wish to hold on to the blood that I have from Dugal until I am able to get to someone that I trust to assist with my curse. So, I would need to feed on someone and I would need supervision to ensure that they are safe
I see.
and someone ready to heal afterwards.
Mhm.
I do not have much experience with feeding, so this is why I require supervision and aid.
There. Hmm.
And it would ideally need to be in the morning, soon before we are to encounter the creature, which makes the timing quite difficult. Or if we were able to contain the blood, that would also be good. That would be best. If we were able to have someone that if we were able to have someone that is willing to offer up some of their blood. So I know that was something that has already been done. This would help us with gain quite an advantage, as I am able to
Crystal
heighten my senses.
very, very excitedly wants to be eaten
Uh,
just a little bit.
I see.
Just a little.
No, that blood was fake as shit. Like
It wasn't that it was fake, it was that it was deeply, deeply wrong.
Yeah.
There
Sorry.
like
It was
there
wrong.
like it was something about it felt like it's like that. I would describe it most closely as like an eldritch horror moment where you experience something and and your brain just goes, that's not how the
Uncanny
world
Valley.
works. That's not
Yeah.
how the world works.
So I feel like Gunther would know that because I know
Yeah.
she did mention that the blood was weird.
hmm
And she did not seem like it was a good weird.
Yeah. Like Sora's perception of that blood is like if they ate it, like their instincts tell them that like they might just turn into something weird or something like that.
Mm.
It didn't feel like it was notably blood, but it did not feel like it was existentially correct.
Well, how long does Aram Deluvi last
Minute.
without dispelling? Okay. That might be an issue because, again, it's like Sorath is kind of explaining that like if she's actively feeding from someone, I know it's like you need to draw the blood, so she would be taking from what have
Yeah.
you. She would just need to. It would need to be literally right when they see the monster, because her. I know it lasts a bit, her heightened senses, but she would want to be at the peak of it.
Yeah, the blood rush
So-
lasts. The blood rush, we haven't set a strict definite timer
We have
for it,
not.
but it would also depend on how much you feed.
Yeah.
Because
And
the
if it's-
times you've experienced the blood rush are times you've uncontrollably fed from Dugal. You have not experienced that kind
Yeah.
of blood rush when you've just fed a little.
So, she likely would need a bit, and I don't know if Gunther wants to lose that much blood right before a fight. It's up to him, but she would, given what she's used to, like the strength of what she's used to, it's like the equivalent of Sorath being used to and addicted to Everclear, and you offering her a Smirnoff Ice.
Yeah. I will also point out that I do believe both times Sorath had a feeding high, Tugal also did technically die both times.
Yeah. Okay, so Everclear is basically just like fucking rubbing alcohol.
Yeah,
And
Everclear
Smirnoff
is
Ice
just...
has like a little.
Yeah. Everclear is the
little-
closest thing you can get
Half
to
mixed
buying
wine.
just pure alcohol. Smirnoff
Yes.
Ice is
Which is
closer to
nasty.
like...
Sorry, I should have used a better
Effervescence.
comparison.
Yeah.
Do you have a better comparison, Uti?
I mean, it's essentially just the percentages, you know.
Okay.
What's the percentage on the Smirnoff Ice?
5%?
5%? Yeah, so it's
4%?
like 20 times more potent, roughly.
Yes.
Lemonade and a lemon.
So here's a reference that everyone will understand. Sorath is addicted to heroin, and someone just offered her like a baby edible.
Yeah.
There.
They
you
gave
understand
so
I'm kidding.
Gunther is an
yes.
Ambien.
Yes. Gunther's a baby Tylenol. Baby aspirin.
I love how you
Jesus,
said
heroin.
here's one that everyone will understand. Sorath's addicted to heroin, and it made it sound like all of us are just heroin addicts. We're just like a recovery group.
No, I know.
Yeah, what? Aren't you? Like, I'm pretty sure we all did heroin, right?
Yeah, we all
met in AA.
Yeah. So
Well, not AA, but you know. We're all addicted to piss.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I was joking. Speak for yourself. I am.
But yeah.
But yeah, that's mostly what I mean is that she would probably need to like kill Gunther like 3 times to get the blood that she would need for that. Doesn't really feel like doing that.
Yeah.
She's not banking on it being as much of a blood high as she's used to with Dugal. She's just banking for at least getting some sort of advantage.
Yeah.
As much of an advantage as she can.
That may or may not work.
She knows it's a weird ass fucking request.
Mm-hmm.
That much she knows.
I will say though, Gunther could, you know, do the damage to themselves and then trigger Deluvi off of that. I would, just because of the nature of like multiple curses.
Yeah.
I would allow Sorath feeding on Gunther to count as the trigger damage. For
so we still could do that.
So that does mean
it definitely wouldn't hurt. It's just you would need to be prepared, and we would have to have someone there just in case to rip Sorath off if need be.
Well,
I'm not saying it will happen. I'm
you
just
don't
saying
know
it
if
does.
it would hurt. Because the only person you've ever fed on does not feel pain.
Yeah, that's why she's preparing for the worst.
God, Dugal doesn't feel pain.
No, Dugal has not felt pain since they went through their second deal.
It's a good thing that he's basically invincible, or else, oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pain is very, very, very crucial to living.
Yeah.
Dugal has not felt pain for. Dugal has not felt pain for like about 250, 260 years. There's a reason he's very weird and very jaded and disconnected. He doesn't understand what it's like to live a normal life anymore.
Yeah.
He does not remember what pain feels like. No memory of it.
Remember, folks, pain is very important to living. Very important.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why he's so much of a freak. Anyways. But yeah. She probably would still want to have like a larger container of blood as well as feed on Gunther, but she would be willing to work with whatever she can because she understands that that's a lot to ask.
I feel like Levi would be a good mediator for it, or Rizyuk, one of the two. Because Levi, do you have...
Well, if we're wanting Rizyuk to ambush, not Rizyuk.
Oh. Yeah.
You know, because this would need to be right before. Yeah. Literally, this would need to be, things are happening, we're attacking it. Not we're looking for it sort of thing. Because Aram Deluvi doesn't last that long.
Yeah.
And with it not being Dugal's blood, Sorath's blood high isn't going to be as aggressive or last as long. Because we haven't figured out the mechanics of it yet, so.
Yeah. It would probably have to be like the triggering signal for something. Because it puts, once that plan is put into action, you guys are on the timer. Before Aram runs out. Though Gunther could like trigger another Aram Deluvi if they need to.
If he wanted to, yeah.
So like if it
That's
doesn't
something
work
that
out,
Sorath
because
would-
sure they'll get more exhaustion levels, but you're immune to the effects of exhaustion while you're in Niram Deluvi. So yeah.
What about creature blood?
Sorath doesn't know.
Is that a...
She doesn't know.
You've not tried to eat a horse.
Nope.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Given
would actually
that, given that most likely, like, normal people blood is probably not going to be as much as she's used to, she kind of has, like, it's all theories for her because she has no clue. But she wonders if it would be even less of an effect if it's an animal.
Yeah. Sorath has not
So-
had any guide in this and really hasn't needed to experiment.
Nope.
Because this shit triggered immediately with Dugal. They haven't needed to feed on anything else but Dugal since.
Yep.
So, yeah.
She really doesn't want to use the vial because she does need that for the future. So, yeah.
But yeah.
So, Sorath will probably ask Mats about that tomorrow.
Mhm.
If she can get a container of blood. But at the very least, she will work with Gunther, and try to have Levi there with them.
Oh, wait. Realizing...
I trust
Like-
that Gunther can take care of handling Sorath by himself, but it never hurts to have an extra hand. If she's feral. Because she doesn't know. So she's just preparing for the worst. Given she blacked out killing Dugal the first time, so she doesn't know what will happen.
Yeah.
I forget. Did Levi ever cast Calm Emotion? I can't remember. I thought there was one point.
No, I've never used Calm
not
Emotion.
on. You have used Calm Emotion, but not on Sora. Yes. You used Calm Emotion in When Cached.
Yeah, I remember it was during the guards coming in to get
That was-
No, that was Laybal. They did not use Calm
Yeah.
Emotions there.
Probably
that's
would have been
right.
useful.
It would have been very smart to use it there. They did not use Calm Emotions there because everyone's being arrested, and you know,
It's one of those things I don't always, because I don't
Yeah.
use that spell often, so I don't have it prepared, right? So I can't just
Yeah,
go.
It's a very
the
contextual
the
spell.
thing
I
you
don't know
calm
yet.
emotioned was you calm emotioned the pirate captain after they woke up.
Oh yeah.
When you guys had pulled the pirate captain and they were like fighting to try and escape, y'all pulling him off to
That's what
there,
it
and then you calm emotion them, and that's part of why he was being very reasonable with the Bernardis, which helped you guys like kind of deal with him essentially being like, yeah, no, I'm gonna not report y'all to the pirates.
You'd be a good mediator.
So yeah, that was the only time I can remember using calm emotion. You might have used it other times, but
Does it
Rizu
work
definitely
on-
would have put that to brain.
Does it work on creatures? Or oh, you're talking about using it on Sorath.
Yeah,
Okay.
it works on anything
if
that's
need be.
any emotional states. So
I have another thing I just realized.
Mhm.
If I could blind this creature, because I have pyrotechnics,
Mhm.
it would be a very flashy way to deal with this, but if we could blind it, that actually might be our best route.
Yeah, Levi has something that can blind.
If we both try it, there's a
And I
chance
don't-
that we could get it.
Yeah, shooting its eyes is always the best way to go.
I
but...
do allow you guys to be specific about places you hit. However, that would be harder, of
Yes.
course.
Um,
Turns out
I
it is
think
harder
that-
to shoot someone in the eye than shoot them in the whole body. So,
I just want to say that I think we need to be very strategic about using stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I was saying earlier, don't try to just use it all in one go, because then that like is gonna fuck us over in the long haul.
I
If
think-
things go wrong,
Yeah.
always
can
need to prepare
do-
for that. This group.
So thinking about it, I can cast that 60 feet away from me. It's still in a danger zone. I remember that Hunter mentioning that it could use it at a range, whatever it uses to petrify. But it sounds like it has to do with look, or with sight. So if either Levi or I could blind it, makes it so much safer.
Yes, but the main
Well,
thing
it-
we want to think about is changing the size of it before anything. You could definitely blind it.
That Hunter
After
did
that
not,
point.
besides saying that it was loud when it roared.
But there's nothing calling back. Thankfully.
But
I
speaking
feel
of
like
the Hunter, if y'all wanted to help heal the people who are injured,
Yeah.
that is the thing you guys can do. Likely, from experience working like medicine stuff, Levi would know that if you're doing magical healing to someone who's been injured or sick for a while, it's usually a good idea to heal them and then let the body recover. It's probably not something you just like heal and they're like, oh, I'm perfectly fine now. Takes a little bit to recover beyond just healing the immediate injury. So you probably want to do that before y'all head to sleep.
Yeah.
If possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Levi will say that since it's a big creature, it's probably very basically Constitution, very like thick,
Yeah.
and bulky, and so in blind and deafen is a Constitution saving throw.
Yes. Same
So.
for mine.
Is the size one
It's strength. Or no, wait, one second. It is also Constitution.
okay. About
So-
wisdom?
It was described as seemingly kind of slow and clumsy. But it
Probably
seemed,
not high
it
wisdom.
seemed
very
to
dexterous.
shrug off. It seemed to shrug off arrows and poison. It seemed, and it was kind of just barreling towards destroying anything it came across. It did not explain its education level, or
We can probably bank
it's a
on the wisdom
creature.
and intelligence being
It didn't.
pretty low.
Yeah.
Nothing
and
said that it
dexterity.
seemed particularly intelligent in
dexterity.
any way.
Charisma's probably pretty low as well, though it might be good at intimidation. Okay, yeah, that would be great. If it's requiring a wisdom saving throw, that's probably a great way to go. Because yeah, banking on it rolling low for Constitution is probably pretty risky.
Though, it being
It's
an
worth a
ambusher,
try. Yes, that is true.
it could have high wisdom as it needs to be able to prey upon other creatures.
Do you think it would have high
Like
charisma
casting
if I cast
fire.
banishment on it?
Who knows?
I mean, it still helps, for sure, to make the movement speed 0 feet.
Yeah. No matter what, I can still make sure that I can, like, get big like you guys saw the other night. That should help me restrain it, depending on how big. They said it was pretty large.
20 feet tall.
23. Yeah, that would be.
Ish.
If I can't reduce its size, then I don't know if I'd be able to restrain it even at the larger size, but I'd have a shot.
It's why I think instead of blinding it, I might have a better bet at least casting slow on it, because it shouldn't be very wise, and it'll make it where it's a lot slower. So maybe we'll have an easier time killing it, even if we can't.
That sounds like what Gunther's gonna try as well. So definitely stagger those, so we're not just like, yeah, you're double slow now. Like,
yeah, if it works out to reduce the movement speed to 0, halving it isn't super effective. So that's.
Well, no, it's not that just what all that slow does. It takes away the reaction.
Yeah,
away,
but slow does
slow
does specifically fuck over someone's action economy, which is valuable.
Yeah, and then also it's just the benefit of -2 AC and dexterity.
Yeah,
and you also take dexterity saving throw penalties.
Size category, like rules wise for you, Matcha. This thing, based on the way it was described, is definitely gargantuan. It was somewhere about 20 feet tall, and it
What's the range on slow, Panda?
Well, it's 120 foot by 40 feet.
Okay.
So I think I have a 120-foot casting range, and then it's like 40 feet wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can pick a
Okay.
number of creatures within that area.
Okay.
But
That's
yeah,
good. You don't have to be up close and personal. Sorry, what were you saying, Uti?
I was just gonna say, I would want to know what amount of healing Levi and Gunther are able to provide, because you guys are taken to the house where the injured are housed, and they are badly injured.
I only have a 34th level spell, so not very much, honestly.
Some of these injuries are very grisly.
Like, I have Cure Wounds, so I could get that 34th level, but
Yeah.
Well, actually,
this seems like the people here are suffering from wounds that are struggling to heal. And a lot of the wounds seem like either there's been a bite taken out of someone, or something like that, and then after that, or perhaps quickly during that, it seems like almost the flesh and bone itself has melted. The wounds are oddly kind of disturbingly smooth.
Yeah. That's what we're discussing. That probably has something linked to the monster that I have no clue about.
Well, it seems like the people who got attacked by it and somehow survived melted slightly.
I can't.
Also, it has acid damage.
Maybe, yeah.
That's usually what melted me, acid. I'm saying that from a player's perspective, not Levi.
Yeah. But yeah. So I just want to know the total amount of HP y'all can heal for. 30 from Lay of Hands. Y'all are getting a long rest unless you decide to fight the villagers, I guess.
I mean, I technically have mass healing word, but that's like a more AoE thing, than a. So, but like, you said it's like deep, that I might need cure, like a high level cure wound, but.
Yeah, no, the injured survivors, there's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I could do cure wounds on 2 and then go to do lay on hands on 1.
Okay. So in that case, I just want to know the total amount of healing you guys are able to spread around with these guys.
So my 4th level cure wounds is a 4d8 plus 5, and my
feel free to roll it. That I'm asking for numbers here, because
okay, I didn't exactly know where you were like trying to go for there.
So whatever spell slots y'all want to use them. These wounds are severe enough that like without a spell like regenerate, you aren't going to be able to fully heal any of these people.
Wow, my 3rd level one was a lot higher than the 4th level one.
Yeah.
I mean, so one's an 18 and one's a 26, so.
So you guys are at a total of 74.
Ouch to the other 2 rolls.
It is 101. And 121. Cool. Any more healing spell slots from Gunther, or was that it? Okay, nice. So y'all heal 121.
Damn.
Does mending work on them?
No.
Not unless they're stone with perfect.
They are not objects at the moment. If you are petrified or a corpse, you count as an object. But sadly not. But yeah. You guys managed to heal up quite quickly. The process seems to be not very comfortable for patients, but you managed to close up the wounds that have been struggling to heal. These people seem to... You feel like they're going to make a recovery. Be able to keep on living lives, though definitely with severe physical disabilities. But hopefully in the morning they'll be recovered enough to be able to give meaningful information.
Yeah, no, I don't get access to regenerate for a while.
No, that's a high level spell. It's 7th level, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations. Y'all are really fucking funny. I had the threshold for the high, like the best result would have been gotten if you guys managed to pool a total of 120 healing. Y'all got 121. Yeah, you would have still
job,
gotten like a
gamers.
good result, but this is the best result.
Well, I mean, technically, Gunther has still a lay on hand, right?
No, that was with the lay of hand on hands.
Oh,
That was
I
factoring in
didn't
the
put
30
it in
HP from lay on hands.
Woo!
But yeah, those people have been healed. They will be... Hi. Y'all did real good.
Welcome back.
With that, unless there's anything else anyone want to do before going to sleep.
Question, Uti.
Yes.
Can one category smaller be able to even attempt restraining a category larger?
You can't grapple, like, you can be a fairy and try and grapple a dragon. It'll just depend on how you do it. You know? I might have to limit the ways you can grapple it.
You grapple his penis.
Like, basically, it'd be specifically trying to keep its head down on the ground.
Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, you might have... Like, I love those stories of people grappling dragon wings while a dragon is in flight. You might not be able to hold a dragon down, but if you can grab a hold of a wing, you can definitely wrangle that thing to make it fall out of the sky. You're going down with it, but sure. Like, you just have to be creative with it. Not everything is just a straight normal grapple condition.
So if it's gargantuan, I can make it huge, make myself large, and have a higher chance to keep its head down.
Mm-hmm. Or you can make yourself huge. That's also an option.
Oh, that's true.
Size category increases do stack, as long as they're from different sources.
It would be better to invoke disadvantage on its strength checks and advantage on mine at the same time, because there's no double advantage.
Yeah.
Couldn't you just grapple their eyes?
Like, grapple the
Like, hold their-
eyelids close, or try to pull them out? Like, what are you?
Grapple it up. Either or grapple, close them, or like try to rip them
Depends
out.
on how many eyes.
That's true. Could have,
It has more than
10.
than 2.
Yeah.
12.
I suppose. Is there
30.
anything else anyone wants to get done before sleep?
Nah. Mass bet.
We should prepare something to carry away someone if they do get petrified. Like stretcher kind of things. Something that would keep their body preserved, or at least safe from breaking parts off.
That's not a plan for failure. If it happens, we'll just do it accordingly, you know?
I think with my carpentry skills, I'll at least work on making a couple stretchers of various sizes before resting for the night.
Why?
To have just in case, so we can.
If someone gets petrified, to move them out of the way without breaking them. I think that was the plan.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. I just was like, carry them. I don't know. I'm just thinking you just carry them, but maybe I'm naive.
Good.
Because
Could
I
make
don't
it
know
easier.
how. Yeah, I just don't know how. Like, I don't know.
Sturdy there.
No, I don't know how smart it is to bring in a bunch of stretchers for our ambush.
No, we'd have them in the cart.
Yeah, but what if we need to run away? How would we get them from the cart to where we are? Because we shouldn't bring the cart towards that monster. It could just destroy the cart.
We could have somebody who's staying back and doing
Again,
the main
probably.
stuff.
Um,
Again, would also be strong enough to haul that stuff with us.
yeah, but like, when they're fighting, what are they gonna do with it? And if the monster's moving around a lot, it risks those just getting destroyed anyway. I guess I'm just thinking about like practicality of like having them with us.
I mean, you're definitely taking the cart with you some of the way.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean,
I just,
having
like,
them
if we
doesn't
need
hurt,
to-
I guess.
And we're not gonna
Okay.
like the thing. Problem is, we're not gonna know when to leave the cart until we start seeing signs of the creature being nearby. So it's not like we'll be at a perfect thing where we would be far away from the cart.
No, I figured with locate creature. That works for like what, 1,000 feet?
Mm-hmm.
So I figured we leave the cart there.
But yeah,
Sorath doesn't want to risk the carts getting destroyed.
we should.
Valid.
Question is, we should probably keep somebody with the carts because what if while we're looking for it,
Yeah,
it finds
Flinkin.
its way to the cart? Yeah.
Yeah, flanking.
So Flinkin could run like we could alert Flinkin in some way, and he could run stretchers towards us if somebody gets petrified, and we're able to fend off the monster.
I'm just gonna say this for meta knowledge for all the players. I doubt you guys are getting to this fight this session.
Yeah.
Boo.
Mainly because we're 4
Boo.
hours into the session.
Yeah.
Then we're
Yeah,
getting.
I'm ready to like start stuff, but
and
that's why I
it's-
was like, why make the stretchers? Because I just want to go. But-
Yeah, we are not
Because,
getting to
like-
this fight this session.
I'm saying like in a way that even if we beat the beast, doesn't mean that nobody gets petrified.
I know. But like, I don't know if it makes sense for the person to be like carted out mid-fight, you know? We get them to a safe
It doesn't
spot.
even need to be mid-fight.
Yeah, the stretchers are helpful either way, but
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm saying like because if we kill the thing, we're still gonna want to carefully move if somebody gets petrified.
yeah, it doesn't
Because
need
it
to be
would stop
mid-combat. It could be post-combat moving someone,
Yeah.
which is valid, you know?
So Rizik will be doing that before they go to sleep.
Yeah. Does Risyuk have any relevant? What's Risyk's tool proficiencies again?
Tool proficiencies. Let me open that back.
Let's see if these would be helpful for making stretchers, because I don't know if they would be.
I thought
Most likely it would be easier for someone like Levi to make it.
Oh, because the wood carving.
Yeah, they're more of a woodworker. You can do leather,
Yeah.
but you would likely rather use canvas for a stretcher, anyways.
Yep.
So, I'll say with help from some other people, you make. I'll say you can make like 5 stretchers, just to have in case they are useful. But yeah. Does that leave the post-sleep, pre-sleep activities?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just for various sizes.
True. But yeah. In that case, I need to ask, Panda, what is Levi's dream roll number at?
It is at 5.
Okay. So it's going down to 0 this time.
Yeah, it's going down to 0. So I don't get the special one today.
Yeah, you get it the night after. Noted. In that case, y'all head to bed. Head to sleep. Honkshu, me. Rysiuk. You, as everyone is kind of still in the most comfortably lavish room here, everyone's kind of gathered up in this room, sleeping wherever. As everyone's drifting off to sleep, you can't sleep. You kind of just lay there for a while, tossing and turning. You are not having a dream. Something is gnawing at your attention. You're not entirely sure what. Give me your choice of perception or arcana.
I'm going to give Arcana
Okay.
as I'm 13.
13. You lay there for a while and you're trying to figure it out. And then you realize that you're feeling that pulsing feeling that you felt for a little while after your encounter with Gideon. It's become noticeable again. It takes you a while to even realize that you're feeling it. It's subtle.
I wonder if he's trying to pull at it. Does this mean that he's trying to gain access to that magic in some way? Does it look like the runes are all working as usual, like how we put them in?
The runes seem to be working as far as you can tell, checking the arcane patterns on them. It seems like they're working. All of your magic is being entirely contained. And as far as you've understood, based on Tugal's research, it doesn't seem like magical information or magical attempts of reaching out can transfer between that barrier, that rift. If there's one place you feel like Gideon shouldn't be able to pull out your magic would be here, unless they are here as well.
So the pulsing feels... How did it feel again, compared to another instance?
It feels like... It feels like a slower version of your pulse. You know when your pulse is beating hard but not fast? And you can feel it kind of travel throughout your body, like a slight wave of pressure throughout. You're very core out till the tips of your fingers.
Can I go and step outside towards the outskirts of the town?
Sure.
I'm gonna let out a draconic breath. I'm just gonna see if that feels any change, because I remember, like, when I was a kid growing up, if things felt like they built up, that's what I usually do to settle them down magically.
You let out a draconic breath. It doesn't feel any different. Can you give me a perception?
Aye. That is 15.
There's a noise coming from somewhere. It sounds a little swooshy. Like the wind, or like someone whispering, or like faraway river. It's hard to tell which. It's just kind of...
I'm gonna back towards the town a little bit. Just kind of... Ooh. I'm gonna look around with the mindset of, if I see any of the description of what was like described to us by the hunter, to look away, to avert my gaze.
I want you to make a charisma saving throw.
Got it. No modify. That's a 5.
Okay. The pulsing is just kind of there, and it kind of gets like a little loud, like it's like the blood's pulsing through your ears, and you can just hear it go like boom, boom, like a heartbeat. Gunther, in your dream, you are laying on something incredibly soft. And yes, Matcha, that was the extent of what you get for now. But yeah, I did also roll a dream for Gunther. And Gunther is laying on something incredibly soft. That's it for now. Just kind of like laying down on your back. You want to look around, what you want to do. It's one of those dreams where you can do shit like the other dreams. Yeah. Look around, and you're in this vast rolling field. It's... What you're laying on is dense, thick grass. can see flowers just scattered all over. Can you give me a history check? Okay. Hasn't been, honestly, many hours, really. This looks like the area around Fieldland, though. Probably early summer. Mm-hmm. For now, you're just in the fields around outside Fieldland. Okay. Give me a perception check. Keep in mind, you do have a spyglass that's specifically dream-related. Which true you would have advantage on checks here. Nice. So that would be a 31 with the spyglass modifier. Looking around, you eventually spot the little village. It's off quite a bit. Probably would take maybe an hour to walk. But with the improved sight from the magical spyglass you have, you can see people roaming, running about. Someone looking very much like a young Gunther or young Eustace, seemingly in this moment chasing someone else, child. Seem to be playing. Kind of just running around carrying a stick, chasing this person, girl, looking around their age-ish. Yeah. I think I did mention it, but I will say Linnea, the old woman, was around Eustace's age. Maybe a little older. Kid that's being chased looks kind of like her. Maybe. You're as you kind of look, aware that it's a while away. The camera kind of pans out. We, the audience, would see Gunther kind of just looking off in the distance, this town, and pretty immediately behind them is the Marble Gate. They're not looking in the direction at the moment, but it is behind them, and kind of at this point casting a shadow over them. Okay. Give me a persuasion check. God damn. Well, that is more or less what you needed.
Whoa.
The gate kind of just looming over Gunther, almost seemingly growing, shadow casting longer and longer, taking up more and more of the view in front. Gunther is grabbed by this seemingly almost invisibly translucent arm that reaches down from whatever sky occupies this dream space and kind of claw grip grabs into the earth surrounding, just pulling off a chunk, lifting Gunther along with them, placing them just outside Fieldland. Marble Gate kind of now distant, the background just visible as a monolith on the horizon. You can hear them now. They're kids. They're definitely screaming and hollering. I'll say the giant hand retracts up into the sky with a thumbs up as well. Still can't fucking believe that you managed to contact the dream entity. But yeah, you're just outside of town. What does Gunther do up when they've gotten here? Okay. Walking through, you can see who Gunther would imagine is Eustace, chasing who they would imagine probably is Linnea. There's a lot of hustle and bustle going on. People are roaming around. There's baskets of fruit being carried about. Some sort of summer harvest activity. And by the house that Gunther now knows was the Osmond house, there is a man standing there, weird. Gunther can't really tell what they look like. They're wearing kind of like an awkward mix of pieces of armor and farmer's clothes. You have no idea what Old Man Osmond look like. They seem to be standing by that house, just kind of their attention following Eustace, who's running about. You figure Eustace is probably like 5, 6 at most, based on the way they're acting. The figure nods. There's a greeting. There's no voice to put to it, but in that dream logic, you know that a greeting has been said, even if there's no voice to match it. They just continue standing there, watching Eustace after greeting Gunther. There's a very peaceful, just tone to the entire scene. Melancholic but peaceful. The figure nods, looks over to the side, kind of takes a couple of steps and sits down on the far edge of the staircase leading up to the entryway. Just a simple step, leaving plenty of space for Gunther to sit down next to them. The dream reconstruction of the tiny fragments of who Gunther's grandfather would have been. Gunther sits down, puts the arm around Gunther's shoulders, and kind of sitting there with them. Not saying anything. You can see little kid Eustace kind of run off and disappear between the other houses. Give me a religion check. Figure if Altman Osman turns to face Gunther, they still can't really make out a face. They can hear a voice, finally. Just very simply, calmly says, "Of course. Who wouldn't recognize family?" This kind of mumbly fashion. In that moment, as they're kind of just looking at each other, the dream is beginning to fade. Unless Gunther wants to do anything else, last little bits of it, we fade there. So I'll allow some more actions taken, if you have any in mind. Mm-hmm. I am very glad that I finally rolled a just chill, nice stream for Gunther. They deserve to have that. Part of me regrets not staying. Part of me wishes I could have done more to make him stay, but at the very least, I'm glad I finally found a family. I think you would have been proud of me at that. Oh, proud of that at least. I'll say the thing that the dream then fades on. That the voice that kind of pierces through Gunther's lack of knowledge, going more than proud. And the dream kind of just fades to this soft, dull white. As Gunther probably falls into another dream, far less memorable than this one. And everyone eventually awakes in the morning. Gunther's still very clearly remembering every detail of that. You're all waking up in the room, besides Risyuk, who wakes up when someone is kind of shaking them awake. Risyuk, you are cold as shit. You're freezing. you realize you're in the process of being rolled over. You've been laying face down in the mud. You are still in the town.
Wait, who's mud?
Reziuk wakes up as someone is shaking them awake after rolling them over. They've been lying face down in the mud outside. Person just, are you okay, sir?
I get up and stretch. I think so. I heard a noise. The next thing I remembered is you stirring me awake.
You stretch.
Thank you, by the way.
Could you give me a medicine check?
As I look down at my hands. Fuck, been rolling shit all day. 6.
Your hands still firmly within your armor. Look at them. You're clearly experiencing like early stages of hypothermia. You've been out in the wet rain, mud. Probably been asleep out here for a while. Probably really lucky that it's not winter here at the moment.
Yeah.
There's something that feels weird about Ryuk's arm, his hand. Feels a little off. The one you still have.
Yeah. Does it feel like whenever you have your arm fall asleep and you try to start moving it again?
It's a little hard to figure out with the general numbness from the cold. But you can feel that something feels off about your hand when you move it.
There hasn't been any. I would take it there hasn't been any kind of problem with citizen or with townsfolk just passing out outside, has there?
Perfectly fine. We should get you inside, sir. They kind of guide you back inside. There's a fire going. The rest of you, as you're kind of waking up, probably some of you being like, where the fuck is Ryuk? And then Ryuk eventually being led inside, covered in mud, and shivering.
Did you decide to get a mud bath today? Last night?
Wanted to crack at the monster yourself?
No and no. I went to go do an old habit of mine. Something was feeling off. And usually, when internally I felt off, it was because there was buildup of what I guess would be the buildup of, I guess, Scar Canyon radiation.
Gunther probably grabs some blankets and kind of just wraps them around Ryuk as Ryuk's kind of huddling up near the fire.
Thank you. I went to go and try that as it felt very. It wasn't similar, but it was enough to keep me up. But once I did it, didn't do anything. I started to head back, and I heard a noise. And next thing I remembered, they helped me awake. I'm doubting that it's definitely been a while, considering my state. I've been out there for a couple hours.
Let's say as you are slowly warming up, that weird feeling in your hand, it's your pinky finger. It feels off when you're moving it. Due to the way the armor is now, you could, taking off the gauntlets, take a little bit, but it's not too hard to do. At least in pieces.
I'll use mana to help myself do so.
Give me a tinkering check. Not a very high DC, but...
Yay! Sorry, everybody.
It's no biggie.
29.
They kind of quickly describe what they were experiencing, reassuring everyone, kind of having the mage hand tinker while the mechanical hand is helping out. And eventually there's like a click, and some of the gauntlet comes off. And on Risyuk's hand, from the two first joints of the pinky finger is skin.
He's becoming a real boy.
He's becoming a real boy.
It looks like from that point upwards, the finger of elf or human or something like that. Skin color is kind of pale.
That's peculiar.
It's working perfectly normal. It looks like it's naturally emerging, functioning fine.
Very weird.
But you realize that the weird feeling is you're, for the first time, experiencing touch not to the scales on your hand, but another layer of protection.
This is gonna need some research.
This is quite odd indeed.
As everyone's just kind of looking at Risyuk's weird new finger.
Yeah,
Is
we're all
the
like, what the fuck?
It's gonna be hard to tell, but does the complexion look anything like Runford or Gideon's?
Yeah, looks like pasty white person who doesn't see the sun much.
I'm paler.
Not
I'd say that
Sorath
in
pale,
character.
but not too far off.
Is this what happens when you take a mud bath? You
No, whatever
I do
was
not.
happening before.
I do not believe that is something that happens often with a mud bath, Levi.
I don't know.
Could you be like changing into a different race? Damn.
You had an
That would suck.
interaction with Gideon. Did you not?
Gideon
Oh my god, Risyuk
So-
transracial icon.
Before we
Yeah.
continue, I think Gin might be on the right direction of a question, but I think it's not race, it's different person. And I think I know exactly what person it is. I don't know if I fully explained what happened before we ridded Scar Canyon of its magic, or of its connection to our world, but I had a dream that Gideon gave me something. And what that turned out to be was a fount of magic that I'm tapping into right now. It turns out that was no regular dream, and I think it was something that he invoked. But I think, I don't know how, but I don't know if what he implanted in me is, it's definitely what's causing this, and it's what I'm running my armor on now. I thought I was able to. Me and Dougal thought we could seal away its effects, like if he would be using it to scry on me, but looks like that's not what I'm feeling. Felt the pulsating before I went outside, but
Double checking the runes, they've not been broken in any way. Not been overwritten in any way. Whatever this is did not come from the outside.
From what Dougal has told me about Gideon, the man is crafty, very clever. So I am sure that we can look more into this. Pleasant Valley might have some resources on this kind of magic. If not, they might know where to.
I'd like to be able to figure this out, as it might not be apparent, but I do enjoy being myself.
And I'll say that as everyone's discussing, looking at the really weird contrast of...
No, they're making Riziuk white.
Yeah.
Also, before any of this, thank you, Gunther. It's...
No! Whitewashing another icon. No.
Yeah. I think with Rizu's really weird finger was where we're gonna leave the session.
It's so fucking weird too, because Riziuk only has 4 digits.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he have to deal with the devil?
When you first said that, like, we're describing his finger, I just looked over at Matcha and they smiled for half a second, saw that I was looking at them, and then fucking removed the smile from their face.
That's what Matcha actually was. He wants to become Gideon.
No.
Matcha wants to make Riziuk white again.
I do not. Riziuk would not be.
But yeah.
Ganondorf was one of my inspirations for his design.
Oh my god, white power. No, Gideon's colonizing him. No.
Welcome to what I meant when I said I'm not done with Riziuk.
Damn, that sounds hot.
Did you think I would spend... I would only spend like 30 sessions tormenting you?
I get it, Gunther.
Don't you dare bring body horror into this. I hate this. I love this, but I hate this.
Don't worry.
No, yeah,
the body horror in this campaign
yesterday?
is nothing.
Was it yesterday or the day before? Utsi was like, yeah, no, weirdly enough, this is gonna be somewhat of a fun session for Riziuk, so that's kind of works.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, funnily enough. Because I was like, oh wait, March's birthday is in D&D. And I was like, yeah. It's like, funnily enough, I have a little something planned for Riziuk that time, so...
Damn.
It's whitewashing time.
Yeah, happy birthday. Your D&D character's white now.
My one outlet. No.
Happy birthday, Matcha. We're turning your character white.
Yeah.
We're making the character match the player, bitch.
So yeah. This is the fun part of me being the kind of lunatic dumbass who goes, oh, well, you've written your place into an NPC I had planned to have a story surrounding. Well, I'm not changing the story, so I enjoy that.
Don't make. I better not be becoming a vessel for him to transfer his self to at some point.
That's what happens when you get mentored by a fucking freak.
Mm-hmm.
If I get a little freaky with you, I'm gonna be. They don't stop being a freak when they mentor you.
Anyway, that was that session. Let's go.
Oh my god.
We did a lot of yapping.
Whenever
We all did a lot of
I'm
yapping.
gonna get the...
Much yapping, probably.
What did you say, Panda?
I said finally the next dream. I'm finally gonna figure out what this whatever this is.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a thing.
I don't expect it to be a good thing, to be honest.
Also,
It's gonna be a
that
good
Gunther
time.
dream was amazing.
Yeah.
For that you too.
But yeah, I truly do not expect it to be a good thing.
Yeah.
I feel like it'd be an interesting thing, but
Well, I hadn't written Gunther as a character, essentially. I had entirely written out Eustace. And then, yeah. And they were going, the only thing that, like, has been significantly changed about, like, Eustace is their relationship with Gunther and Gunhilda, the fact that they're a bunny, and that they're called Eustace. Other than that, their story is entirely the same. And then,
Skills.
yeah. So I was already like, damn, Jewel really fucking wrote perfectly in line with the story. And then Matcha came along and it's like, ha, look what I can do. And then just actually wrote an NPC I'd already written.
I want to be the main character too, guys.
Well, the thing is, Jewel wrote themselves to be the son of one of the most important story characters. Matcha wrote their character to be a somewhat significant side NPC.
Fair.
And I was like, huh, I've seen that one coming. So yeah. But yeah.
Love
Suffer the
that.
consequences of my fucked up world.
I'm like,
get wrecked, nerd.
So I guess out of
Gotcha.
character,
Mhm.
definitely might be trying to make you another vessel. Or make
imagine
Rizzy a
forgetting
vessel.
your password.
Something like that, maybe, yeah.
And then like
He wants to see
Watching
his
Mel.
will be done if he's running out of years. It makes sense.
and every time you use your powers, probably making it change faster. Could be.
That's possible.
I'm using it very passively, actually. Lately, I haven't really directly kind of being used to fuel the properties of the armor.
I really hope that they kill the mutant basilisk or whatever the fuck it is. And so Swarth gets back home. She's like, yeah, I killed a person, but I got rid of this problem that we've been dealing with on
Yeah.
vacation.
The reason I was
And
very
Anselm
much
was
like,
just like,
y'all are not getting to this you're not getting to the beast fight is because it's not gonna be as simple as y'all just strolling up and
I know.
fighting it. It is there's going to be a little bit of preamble to that, unless y'all just decide, fuck all the planning, we'll just ride until it shows up. Because that's also, that's also an option. But based on what y'all planned,
I
it'll
love
take
the
some
idea
time.
of Sorath just humbling the fuck out of Ansem.
Yeah.
And then very traumatically being like, hey, you fucked up a lot. Why'd you do that? Please grow. And then leaving.
Let's see, y'all haven't heard the information from the other hunters that Gunther and Levi healed the shit out of.
Yeah, and if Rizyuk's not doing great, we might stay another day.
Mm-hmm.
Because we want everyone to be at peak.
Yeah.
If someone's off, then
Everyone's still got
that's
their
just gonna
long
fuck
rest.
everything up.
Risyuk's just cold and partly white.
Okay.
Harry, go up.
Damn, that's like a huge disadvantage, though.
Yeah.
God damn.
Feel free to click
those
your
are
long
so
rest
cute,
buttons.
Mel. Oh yeah, long
Yay.
rest button. It's a very cute icon.
I used to have them on my phone, but then I lost one of the pictures, and it was lost in my OneDrive. So I was mentally prepared to reorder it because it's adorable. Don't mind me doxing myself.
Also,
Do I not get a long rest?
no, you still get a long rest. You're just cold.
Stealing your credit card info.
You're just cold and 1% white now.
Do it.
But you still get a long rest.
Man, that is
Or
it that
simply
high of a
makes you a
percent?
sugar mommy.
Hmm?
Is it that high of a percent?
No. Probably not.
Does it mean like he has 2 fingers in that place because of the
No.
4 digits to 5 digits?
It's just that digit for now, at least. You'll see what happens. I'm sure this is not where this ends. But yeah.
Holy shit! I'm getting Flinken's lost arm.
The fuck?
Yeah, it's just slowly gonna replace your entire arm with just Flinken's tiny little arm.
Honestly, it would be pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, that would be pretty funny.
Hilarious.
I can say now, with where this session's ending, Pleasant Valley will probably be a long arc. Would not surprise me if
Wow, that's crazy.
if it matches or beats Ortisol's.
Let's
We
go.
could be here for a while, depending on how
Let's
things go, of course. But yeah,
Main character moment.
depends also on how much
Ooh.
Brad is involved.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Mel, you should give me your address.
I ain't scared. you go.
Thank you.
yeah,
I
Gunther
was
will
gonna
only have like
screenshot
a
it and you
couple
moved too
main
fast.
character moments
Go ahead.
where everything's about them, but not the arc
Yoinked.
anymore now. This is the
Damn.
Sorath and Flinken really arc.
And Rizuki is definitely a timer now.
Something's going on with Rizuki for sure.
Well, Mel. It's a good thing Sorath has resources now. Question mark.
And next session, y'all most likely try and beat out the Sudwald Beast.
Yeah.
No, I went so long with it. I thought I could make the entire stream without losing my Halo. Oh,
Haha.
no, damn
Get
it.
Haloed.
Yeah. And also, yeah, time fuckery. I love that shit.
Yeah. Nah, make.
Tugal's gonna fucking hate this. Y'all are gonna be in there for a while.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
In
Time out,
Sorath-
going faster. Are we gonna get out at a way different time?
In Sorath's defense,
From based
she
on
thought
like
time was gonna move
the
different.
rough math of things, it seems like maybe a good estimate is that every day in Pleasant Valley, 3 days passes outside.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Hi,
Tugal's not
guys.
gonna be very happy.
Well,
Yeah.
Dugal has all the
Remember
time
when
in
we
the
had a
game.
long
We
conversation,
might see
Salem, about like,
Tugal a
wow,
little sooner than we expected.
Dugal gave Sorath so much time. That's several months.
Gain blood flow. Oh my
Let's go.
god. Hi, geese.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's. And she was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. That's fine." She's gonna be struggling to keep track of time.
Yeah, Dugal has said that if summer ends, they're going to come like usher Sorath into the valley, which they shouldn't do because that violates the contract they've made with the other 8 rulers of the 9 hells. It's a very powerful contract. Like, you know the fuckery that's happened in Pleasant Valley because Aubrey didn't want to let his son go to school abroad? And then you imagine what fucking curse would manifest if Dugal just straight up breaks this contract promise? So, yeah.
Mans is a simp.
Yeah, Mans is a simp. And he is kind of went sort of like, hey, so if I follow after you guys, probably all of us are dying, but if it takes too long, I'm probably still going to do it anyway because I know myself. And so I'm like, don't worry,
the
that's
longest I
plenty
can
of
last.
time. Yeah. So, yeah. Y'all have some amount of time to do this.
Before Dugal kills himself.
Yeah, and probably everyone else.
Yeah.
Congratulations! This ludicrously complicated arc is on a timer, because of course it is. Because of course I would put it on a timer.
Yeah, Nasarth is probably going to talk to Romling about it. So she can try to get a good gauge on how long she has, like how long Dougal's deadline will be here.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that Sorath telling them what day it was when they got there will be good information for them.
Yeah. Y'all entered on the 28th.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, she's probably gonna give that information rather than based on their sleep.
28-9 matches with 10-7.
Yeah.
And then it drifts from there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be fun.
Shut up, everyone.
You be win the goon off, but at what cost?
Cost of calm.
Cost of calm.
There is I'll tell you right now, it's in game, Sorath can probably like math out exactly what it is. But out of game, there is a very, very, very obvious, not at all subtle thing that tells you when Dougal would arrive in the context of the valley. So currently, it's the early parts of Itpakur. Dougal was willing to wait essentially 5 months outside, which is when fall would be happening. More or less lines up from when the Brig would start, just the month of death.
Of course. Also, Rizuke is going to be keeping track of like how it feels it should be, like what day it feels it should be.
Yeah. So essentially, Rizuke is off by like 8 or so hours. But it's not gonna. But your timer is now operating on the Pleasant Valley time.
Yeah.
But there's an 8-hour gap because you kind of lost day in transition. So yeah. Congratulations. But time still progresses normally within here. It's not like the days are longer or anything. It's just that 24 hours here don't match 24 hours outside. But they're still both 24 hours.
Whoa.
Yeah. Anyways. This is gonna be a lot of fun. What y'all deal with.
Time fuckery shouldn't be happening in this world. When else has time fuckery happened? There's no way.
Yeah.
Well, man.
I don't think I've done much time fuckery. Have I done any time fuckery?
Yet.
This campaign isn't gonna have like too much time fuckery besides this one. I think.
Wow.
Campaign 2 might have some time fuckery. Campaign 3 might have a lot of time fuckery because I'm considering making Campaign 3 a time travel story. That's gonna have a lot of time fuckery.
Ooh, that'd be so fun.
Yeah.
I'll play an artificer.
Yeah.
Someone that's obsessed with clocks.
I wonder if by that time we'll have another artificer subclass or two.
Well, considering the fact that that artificers are not in the new player's handbook, who knows? They removed the artificers again. They've been they've been unmainlined. They do not exist in D&D Next. So.
Boo. I have proposals for raid. You probably already know of them because you follow them. Either Emily or Blaze. Blaze is playing Hades with
Fuck, what's it called?
Oh,
Community crowd control, yeah. And then Darpex is playing Yakuza like a dragon
Hmm.
with their super cute PNG.
Well, yeah. I do want to kind of check it over at Like Dragon because that kind of is vibes.
Yeah.
Let's check it over there. Feel free to create whatever fuckery y'all want as a raid message because I still don't think
Fuck
about
yes.
raid messages.
It's not my birthday.
Yeah, true.
Happy birthday,
Everyone
Manja!
say happy birthday, Matcha. We love Matcha.
Birthday, Maja!
Birthday matcha.
I know what the,
You're
what
loved
the raid
on.
should be.
Mm-hmm. That's the raid message. We made Matcha white for their birthday.
Happy birthday.
Honestly, it'd be pretty funny.
Birthday melanin theft. That's the raid message.
God.
Oh, and
damn.
purple's your purple Jolly Rancher. Take like half of that. That one's a little
Yeah.
long. I got a little excited pressing the Control V. Fuck.
Control Alt W.
Control for. Yep. Please.
Oh my god, that goes.
Please
There we
continue.
go. Yeah, but please do.
Control Delete. Alt F4.
We'll see everyone next week unless something catastrophic happens, and we'll see if these people can deal with the Sudfeld beast.
What
Yeah.
was the name of the name of the beast again?
I just said it.
The soup
Yeah,
beast.
you-
The
Yeah.
southern forest beast.
Yeah,
That's
Sudfeld. It's also in the
Sudfeld.
Discord. In the
That means reading.
yeah.
Yeah, that does mean reading.
Boo.
So yeah.
Go say hi to Emily. We love
Yeah.
Emily.
Yeah.
Sharkback.
Everyone, say hi to them. Be nice to them. Also, make sure to make a big scene about Matcha's birthday being today.
Yes.
We'll see
Spread
you
the word.
next week.
Bye-bye.
Hopefully no one dies next week. I promise nothing. Right.
Bye.
You know, we'll probably get
Right.
TPK by all of us getting petrified somehow.
I'd like to think